Hey there, Wind. How are you? Gonna be starting pretty soon here. Just waiting on a couple things here. Mostly my YouTube to come up on my phone. I have to turn the volume down. Hey, Ren. Oh, Ren. Owned. I'm okay. Well, I'm sort of okay. I could probably get rid of the music now. I don't think we need it. Oh boy. This is gonna be interesting. What do I have up here? What do I have up here? I have a lot of stuff up here. We're gonna be doing some just like the name on the title says, this is the Purge. Where is it? Cleansing, the Purge. Hey, Rooster. I'm using both the names. I had to use both the names. So for those of you who joined what wound up becoming a marathon last night into this morning, the 13 hours, we didn't quite hit 15, but obviously there was issues on my end. Aw, Ren, feel better. I'm sorry. I was hoping you'd be feeling better today. So, as the name you can see here, what are we doing? Well, we're doing a complete purge of Skyrim. We're also updating the game and SKSE. No. It's okay. Hey. It's, no, those official first posts, they count. They do count. I have a logbook of every stream or live stream I've been a part of, and noted who's winning out through various content creators, various streamers. Also, let me switch mics over real quick, if I can. Give me 1 second here. It's moving all this stuff on a very, very small table. It's quite cozy, but sometimes I wish I had a proper battle station, which I do not. I just need to make sure this works, so. Okay.
I'm going to shut my one mic off, so you may not hear me for a second.
All right. Can you hear me on this one okay? Looks like everything's good on this end. I also just need to be able to keep check of the chat. Yeah, absolutely. Wayne, go ahead. Absolutely. So you guys are able to hear me here? It looks like
The mic's working well. That's exactly what I'm looking for. The last pick you sent me? Okay. Let's see. Where are we? General. Combo. Booster. Ooh, I like... Hey, sheets! Sheets for the beds. Somebody send that over to Gopher. Like, ASAP. I know Leonard's been needing sheets in his playthrough. That's awesome. So the clothing armor mod with the HDT thing. HDT physics. Let me see here. Now, I'm not exactly sure where I'm going to find this on Nexus. I'm going to do a quick search just under HDT. Yeah, those sheets are awesome. Yeah, you can see it right there. Look at that. That does look very nice. Some embroiderment towards the bottom. I want to say that would probably be a wool/cotton type for that area, and obviously it looks like a modified sack for a pillowcase. But hey, you know, it beats the furs that we normally see. It's the high heel. So the high heels. Okay, so this is the thing you were asking me about before. So all right, so HTT high heels are not a Nexus. Okay, so I don't have to search for them. Awesome. If it's something I have to register on a Chinese website to even be able to download, I'm not going to do it. Not wanting to risk any type of corruption on my rig or with my system. Not to say that it's not a good mod. There's just some things I personally trust and some things I don't. I'm very, very paranoid about where I get my content from. I don't even use stuff from Lover's Lab, even though there's tons of mods on there that are perfectly fine. But we all pretty much know what those types of mods are normally geared towards. But I don't find even some of the things on there that are well done. I don't use any of them.
Yep,
You found the files. It's a non-Asian site. Okay. Well, if you have the site, send it to me in a DM, or send it to Ren, and Ren can put it up if Ren doesn't mind.
Is there a basket in our room too?
Because I have Ren as the moderator for my channel here. You sense a wild Mel. Mel may not be awake yet. I mean, it's only what?
Was there anything?
Quarter after 2 p.m. for Ren or for Mel. Maybe.
Oh, well, here's a basket.
Maybe.
Were they towels?
There's a pillow mod.
Like blankets
Oh,
or something.
okay.
We'll bring them. Just leave it.
All right, so I can get rid of this.
Take,
I have Nordic up. I'll eventually pull Yashed up as well.
Even with the door closed.
You're gonna hear background noise. Don't mind that.
Here.
What are we doing here? We're purging all things.
I don't know. Just stay here.
So
There's a lot
let me
of-
just make sure the mic is staying on. Yep, mic is staying on. Okay, we're good. Just my audio is going.
Open the first. No, if they go in
So
the second drawer.
what was happening? This up here on the screen, as you can see, is my necromancer that we wound up somewhere around the 13-hour mark between yesterday and this morning.
Ride that dog.
He could.
Running into some crash issues outside Whiterun.
No, it's like you have to wait
Um,
to charge.
And I was speaking with Nesbitt earlier about the fact that, well, this is my first time using Verdant in a very long time. Now, I'm not using it with TPOS because this is an alternate play, right? And I haven't used the grass in a very long time. There hasn't been an update to it. Give me 1 second. I have to adjust this cushion that I'm sitting on. So I'm not sitting on it because I'm too far away from the mic. It's straining my neck. I ran into some issues with Verdant, and I think the very last test was right after we beat Milmornir. Wow, can't say the dragon's name. Western Watchtower Dragon, right? And of course, coming back on the road was fine, and then I decided to make the decision to let's test the grass and cut across the farm. And of course, as soon as I stepped onto the grass, that was like the third crash in the grass that I've seen. It also happened when we went towards Bleakwind Basin, the giant camp there, right? So as much as I've used the mod a ton on console. On console, it seems okay. I still, you obviously can't use it with TPOS, but this setup here doesn't have TPOS in it. This is an alternate one. I did get to see a couple screenshots, well, really about 15 to 20 minutes ago, from Nesbit about Solitude. And Solitude is the next overhaul that's being worked on. And so, of course, that will also go into Athralur's story. But what I'm going to do is, I think when he's finally finished, that's when I'm going to completely rebuild the story for Athralur. And obviously, I'll be bringing him back. What I wanted to do with this one was something a little bit different. And I noticed there was a couple other quirks. Hey, Tim. Well, I'm glad you're happy to be here. Timmy! There were some quirks with the leveling. Now, I'm running the uncapper. Skyrim Skull Uncapper. You can see I'm highlighting it here in the left pane of Mod Organizer. It's well, I could do it this way too. Let me just check the file tree. So you could see SKSE, the plugins, and the uncapper. If I can't do that. Oh, it's lagging on me. I do have to open it in Explorer. Blah. There we go. Okay, so this will make it easier. Plugins. So the uncapper ini. When I open this with Notepad++, you will see my adjustments that I've made. These are the standard adjustments. Each skill will go up to level 255 instead of 100. And then my leveling skills, one would be default game leveling. Anything under that, like 0.9, would be slower. Anything above that, 1.1, would be higher. What I've noticed was that it wasn't really leveling at all. It all seemed to be very, very slow with the skill multipliers. And I sat there and I questioned. I said, I reached level 10, so it's working. Or it's not leveling my character physically up. We only got to level 10, right? I don't even think I hit level 11. But my actual skills didn't really seem to be leveling, even though I have them set to level a little bit quicker. And they're not. Ren.
Hello, Chacha.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Hello.
So I think this
We
is
just
part
got
of the
home
issue
about
is
5 minutes ago.
possibly the
What's up?
uncapper
The traffic
may
is
not
horrendous
necessarily be
in the mall.
doing
We should
everything
try to get
that
out
I
of
was
the mall.
hoping it would be
We
doing.
tried to get out of the front of the mall because we
To
went
be level
we
10
went down
and to
to,
only still
Sam's
have right
Gas.
around level
And we tried
25
to
for
get out of the front of the
destruction.
mall. We were
Now I leveled it up
we were
5
on the
times,
spot for over
and
an
5
hour.
of those were
So we
bought
turned
from
around and we went down, down
Woundfirth, the Unliving in
B1.
Windhelm,
That way there was nobody
before I
else.
had him jailed.
It's a mess.
The reason I had him jailed was I was eventually going to come back.
The movie was very good.
We were going to
Very,
find
very
another
good. Yes,
cutscene
everything,
where
else, you know, like they had
Eravana,
respected,
the wife
days.
of
There was a real
Elendil,
good sale on
at the horse
candy.
stables of
Buy two,
Windhelm
get
would
one
have
free,
been
or buy
murdered
one, get
on
one
the
free. So we went to Rite Aid,
right side
and,
of Candlehearth Hall, as if you were coming from the Palace of Kings to show another scene. Now, you would have had to have been away from Windhelm about 3 in-game days. That was the plan. That was what I was going for. That's why I had him jailed. If Woundfirth was in fact a necromancer, I was going to jail him. I was trying to get all necromancers away. So, but I did buy 5 skill levels from him, and since then it never really leveled up. My destruction, I have my destruction here set to 1.1, which means it's supposed to level faster than the vanilla game. It just doesn't seem like it was doing it. So, I may be foregoing the uncapper. I'm also going to be updating the game version.
And so she's working late.
You know, decisions.
Yeah, I don't know if she wanted to talk
Most
to her
of
to see
the
if she wants to
SKSE
if
plugins
somebody
are
pick her up or what.
already updated. I think when I was speaking with Rooster earlier before I even started the stream,
Yeah,
he said
yeah,
there was
yeah.
like 1, maybe
Okay.
2
I
that
don't- I mean, I
both
don't
him
know
and I
if she wanted-
used that
she
may
wanted to
not
go
have
home,
been
but she really
updated.
didn't tell me.
One I
Why
know
was
I
she
can
supposed to be
absolutely
called
live
back,
with.
you know what I mean?
And
So,
the other one
we
is
do
kind
have
of
to
like
figure
a,
out
well,
your
I might miss
attention.
it, but it's
She
not going to
can call
break
her after
anything that I'm
events,
doing.
right? Yeah.
Horses all day long. Do you ever know how dull horses can be?
People called up. Yeah. Are you busy?
And I'm munching on popcorn. This is leftover popcorn. It's my niece brought home from. They went to see that Frozen 2
The traffic is terrible.
with a couple of their little friends. They're
So,
in and around the
and they're playing and
7, 8,
we're
9-year-old
just gonna- I'm glad
range.
we're
So,
home after all that
and of course
traffic,
it's
you
it's
know?
a
But
full
the movie
bucket
was
of popcorn.
really,
It's not
really
like just the
good.
bottom
It
of the
was really-
bottom of the
it was
bucket.
one of
So
those movies that was live
you may
action.
occasionally hear me munch on
It'd
a
be nice
couple
to see it
kernels.
again, you
I'll
know
keep
what
it
I
at a
mean?
minimum. So anyways, this is the
Music was nice
Purge.
and everything, too.
Um,
Yeah. And it was packed.
Let's
A
get
lot of
started
people.
with my saves.
You-
These are all the
You wanna
saves. Now
talk to
these
the
are
girls?
just my necromancer character.
Okay,
I'm going to
talk to
delete
you
all
later. Love
these.
You. Love you. Bye-bye.
I'm going to minimize
He's sitting there getting
this.
there. Listen,
This is my game
why
folder.
don't you tell Olivia?
This is
Bobby
everything.
was only gonna
We are
work till
going
4 more, he
to
said, but she's working all. She's
delete
working
all
till,
this.
closing because a couple waitresses called off. Is this
and
what
there
the
we
text
go.
was?
I guess so.
Yeah.
We're going to
That's
minimize
junk.
the game
Yeah,
folder.
that's
We're also
junk.
going to go
That's
into
junk.
my mods.
That's junk. You
So
thought
Here
it
at
was.
local disk C, we're going to go users.
I
We're going to
don't
go
know. I think she
me,
wanted to
app
rather do
data,
more. So listen,
local.
listen what you're gonna say.
mod organizer,
That Marty
Skyrim
called,
SE.
and to tell her that Bobby.
We
is
are going
working
to
late because waitresses
go into
called out.
mods,
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's all because she's trying to get in touch
Control
with them.
A.
She doesn't keep on calling.
This
her.
is every mod here, and you're gonna get to watch this in real time with Cam. If you look down here at the bottom for the extra free space I have, let me do this again. Control D is delete. You're gonna watch this number probably raise up. Hopefully. Do I want to permanently? 447 items are too big. Yes, I want to delete them all. That's a lot of items. 55,983. You can see this number raising up. It should get to somewhere around 600, maybe a little bit higher. It'll definitely get higher. Yeah, okay. Witcher. Oh, the Witcher games. See, everybody was saying just start with Witcher 3. Skill and Caperton, I mean, it was holding my character from physically leveling up, right? So we did that 13-hour stream between yesterday and this morning, and like I said, he only reached level 10. That's exactly what I wanted. The problem was that his skills also were leveling either way too slowly, or I don't think some were leveling at all. But I have them set to... See, okay, now here's an issue. This thumbsdb is a system file. This is what gives me the pictures, right? So, like, if I go to my pictures and I want to go to, like, saved. See how there's no icons here? I don't know what in there is adjusting thumbsdb or how I get that back. I mean, it doesn't really bother me when I do a screenshot. It always defaults and highlights the one that I want, but you can see it on the bottom. I don't know what that's in my game folder, but I'm going to wind up uninstalling and reinstalling the game itself. So, yeah, as far as Witcher, I mean, if there winds up being a sale over this weekend, possibly Monday for it on Steam, I'll pick them all up if I can, depending on price. Because they are a game that I want to check out. 633. Yeah, thumbsdb. Alright, just skip it. Alright, cancel it. Let me delete this page. I don't need this. Cancel. Let's see what it deleted. Local disk. Users. Me. App data. Local. Mod organizer. Skyrim SE. Mods. Let's get rid of immersive Drooly and the particles patch as well. So we're going to minimize this. We're going to go check out my recycling bin. 633. This is everything. Let's empty it. 61 items. And you can see obviously extra storage on the free SSD is going up. I've never played any of the Witcher games. Probably something I should have done. All right. So this is all completely deleted. I should get some more space. This should get up to about 680. I had to see what I have where. Oh, in Mod Organizer. I'm sorry. Let me do this. We're going to go to Downloads. We are going to... Oh, here. I'll pull this up again. I'll pull Cam up. Put it off to the side. So let me just minimize this. Okay. So you can watch Cam. You're going to want this bottom number, this 646. We're going to delete first all uninstalled. I don't know if there's any there.
Yeah.
All right, doesn't look like it. We're going to delete all installed.
And mentally they're the same.
Delete installed downloads. This is going to wipe everything here clean as well. It's going to take a minute
All right.
because there's a lot here. You can see this little. There's a lot of mods
Well, I
here.
know, but
Probably a total of 500 in that list, but
are they behaving down there?
Yeah.
we'll have to see.
What's Carter doing?
Can't see the bottom number.
Okay.
Is it doing that thing with my screen again? Hold on, let me... Oh, I can't actually check anything. Oh, yeah, you're right. You can't see that. The hell? All right, here. Display capture. Let me see if I can move this up a little bit. Yeah, but then you can't see the top of my screen either. All right, let me minimize this. Let me do this. Let me raise this. Is there a way that I can get this all to fit on the screen? Let me see here. Properties. Yeah, it's my only display option. Cancel. Yeah, I'd like it right there. Okay. I mean, you should be able to see it with aside from the top. Let me just move it again. I'll have to move this bottom up. Oh, not that one. This one. We'll move this up. We'll move this down. All right, so right there is my screen. You guys should be able to see everything there. Okay. So that's my entire screen. It's not obviously filled. You can see the border on the outside. Can I fill it a little bit more? No. Maybe. All right, that looks good. Okay, there we go. That looks okay. So now you can see everything. Now this went up to 646. Let's refresh. Everything's gone. Everything in Athralore is gone. Let's manage. The Lich build we're going to remove. Yes. Modding profile I keep on there. Athralore's profile. Now here's the question I'd like to ask you guys. Second Satan, welcome. Since I know that Nesbitt's working on Solitude, and a wild Mal has appeared, the question here is, do I rebuild Athralore's profile? Do I do something different in the meantime? And then eventually build Athralore's profile. I'd like to just do one. Loki sent me. Loki is very persuasive. God of mischief and all, you know. Red knows nothing about that, of course. I know what your answer is, Ren. It seemed like a lot of people liked the character. You guys seem to like the vampire character in general. I think the only feedback I got that was, well, can it be done different, was the combat feeding with better vampires. That's not taking anything away from Sacrosanct. I could very well do an Athril or Sacrosanct build, but it would be more on the mage side. You would see less combat. You would definitely see more sneaking around, but you wouldn't see the combat feeding, which I think was the number one thing that people said. Yeah, it kind of turned me off a little bit from seeing it because it was all the time. And for me, something like that is, like, if I'm playing for myself, that combat feeding is essential. It is essential to his character, but I could see why, if you were watching it on the other end of the YouTube, do we say the YouTube? Of YouTube, right? The other end, right? I could see why how, I guess even myself, if I was watching somebody else combat feed all the time, I'd probably get a little bit bored. Hail Satan! That's awesome. So I'm not really sure how to go about that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove his profile right now, obviously. Oh, it's active. Well, we have to go to... let's go to the modding profile, and then we'll go to manage. Then we can go to Athril, then we can remove it. Oh, it's already being... Alright, well, screw you. Alright, yeah, it's gone. Modding. Okay. We'll close this out. We'll close out MO2. And then I'm obviously going to lower cam down, because cam doesn't need to be up. We can also lower this down. Let me just check out if there's anything else. Oh yeah, my recycling bin has everything in it. So now you guys will get to see this. So let me move this closer. This is everything in my recycling bin. However, we're not done yet. We're going to go to the downloads, not the mods. Actual downloads. There are things here. Let me expand this out. Things here that I need to get rid of. Whiterun Skyforge. These are texture files that I don't need. Z-Edit I need. SSC Logen. Falmer Stat Art. So these were from when I was working on the mod itself. I could delete these. I don't need these. What else don't I need? If Optimizer I do need. SSC Edit. The mod list stuff I don't need. I can get rid of this. Mater Smash I need. Marin I need because that's Crimson's character. Load resources. Load order. I can get rid of these. So a lot of this is going to free up space. Yeah, Dawnguard body. This was from when I did Iron Dawnguard. I have them saved elsewhere, so I could delete this. Delete this. The Draco EMB. This was for when I did the Scandinavian EMB. EMB series. I have two files here. I don't know. Oh, shit. What's, well, here, we'll do this. Control. We'll delete these two. Probably easier if I do that. Load resources. Don't know if I'm going to need this. Probably not. We'll delete this. The bone mold hotfix. I know I don't need this. BSA archive. Sovngarde. Alright, so these two were from this KSE 64. Alright. Skyry Guide. I know these I don't need. Semi-Realists. Scandinavian Seasons. Yep, they're all going. Timestamp. Skyrim Particles patch. Let's get rid of that. Plugins. Delete that. Pinnacle. This was another EMB that we tried for Scandinavian weathers. Can get rid of that. Or timestamp. SSC edit. Engine fixes. Because we're going to do all that again. So re-engaged. I don't know why they save multiple times. Cathedral assets opt. I need that one. Yep, need that one. Creation kit. Any. I need this one. EMB particle light. How to tweak. I can always re-download that. Enderall. I need. Java. I need. You'll notice some of them pop up twice. Some I keep. Some of these things I definitely need. SSC Logen I need. I don't know why it pops up a couple times. Xedit, NIF Optimizer. These are all tools that I use. I think it's down to everything. And then this is the classical Lichtenstein for Undeath Remaster. This is one of the last files that Mr. Drew Lego sent me before he wound up taking his leave of absence. So I think we're good on this front. Let me close this out. Now you guys will see this bottom number here. Sexy waifus. Waifus? Waifus? What's a waifu? What am I up to? Can I call you Mr. Satan? Because that brings up so many references to Dragon Ball. And it sounds really cool. Unless your name was also a reference to that as well, in which case that's even cooler. I'm doing a full purge. We're doing a full purge. We're uninstalling the game. We're reinstalling the game. We're getting rid of everything. I'm updating to the new game version. Updating to the new SKSE. You heard it on MXR. On the MXR. Oh my god. It's a lowercase x, Mel. Capital M, small x, capital R. We've all watched his titty videos. Thank you. Most of us have. You know, I'm kidding, by the way. I'm getting rid of everything. I'm uninstalling and reinstalling the game. I'm deleting everything. We're also updating to the newest version of SKSE. So if I have anything on here... No, everything on here should be good. What's new shit? Okay, that stuff I need. Alright, let's delete everything else in the recycling bin. You can see a ton of files. This should put me well over 600 megabytes. Permanently delete all of these. Let's see what this brings me up to. 689. Okay. That's about right. So I think if I close this out and I reopen the recycling bin, they should all be gone. That is accurate. It's about 690 megabytes of free space. 241 are used for operating systems and other programs. There's nothing better than movie popcorn. I'm sorry. Let's go to Steam. I'm almost afraid to do this. Go to my library, but... Oh, you see that nice update? Well... Here it goes. We're uninstalling. Ah, shit. Well... That was that. It uninstalled. Let's install. There, I just read what I agreed to. I agreed to. That's a South Park reference, by the way. Oh, Loki, what about me? What's up, Sonar? So you can see it allocating the memory for the game. I use Cam to watch that sometimes, but it is what it is. We can finish. The game's going to... It's obvious it's 0%. You can see how slow this is going. I don't know if there's Steam sales going on today, so everybody's on there grabbing stuff, but it's normally faster than this for me. That's going to take a little bit. We're going to have to figure out what we're doing. We'll get some new things up here already. So you can see the new version of SKSE. This is 2.0.17. I'm going to need SKSE. I'm going to need this new version of it. Let me check with the Nordic guide to see user interface stuff. Now, some of these things, like stay at the system page, I don't believe is updated. I think this is what Rooster told me about. Don't need this anymore. Requirements, SKSE 2.08. Hold on. 2.08. That must be 2.0.08, I want to say. So I'm not really sure. This is the mod I don't necessarily need. Alright. Let's check out some other stuff that I definitely need. The engine fixes. Let's see how much I borked myself. Alright. Let's see, files. Files usually tell you. This one should be fine. .411. So this is this version. Okay. More, I think. Oh, I'm sorry. No, more informative console might be the one that he told me about. Requirements, version 2.08. This was last updated November 21st. When did that game? When did the CC stuff come out and the game update happen? Do you guys remember the exact day? Oh, did you, Rooster? Oh, sweet. Separators. Huh. Duh. Mod organizer too. Yashed. Oh, sweet. Okay. With separator lines variants, without separator lines variants. Which one do you recommend? Without separator lines, capitalized. Well, mine were all capitalized. I did them manually myself. Oh yeah. Images, Variance 1. Okay. Oh, I see. They're all capitalized. Okay. Let's check out variance 2, separator without separator lines. See, I like them when they're on the... Well... I guess maybe having them in the middle wouldn't be that bad either. Yeah, I definitely want all caps because I think it's easier for me to get to. Where to install. Mods. Okay. Probably the first one. This one here looks like it would be better. Let's go back to the description real quick. Couldn't find any mod like it. It's been built specially for Nordic and Yashed. So you would put it into games, MO2 mods. Okay, I know right where that is. It's literally it. Oh. Okay, let's do that. Let's grab this one. We're going to grab the first one. Manual download. Download. And we're going to... where's Skyrim? Skyrim is about halfway done. We're going to minimize that. Pull this over here. Let's get the separators. Oh, yeah. Where the hell's MO2? Come back up here. Come back to me! Connect, configure. Oh, well, I probably have to have special edition in first, don't I? Oh, no, there it is. Okay. We're going to go to manage. We're going to create a new profile. This is going to be called new profile. We're going to hit OK. Let's go to my new profile. Let's add the separators. No game data on top level. Does this matter? You're going to manually download it, unzip the file. Ah! That would be why. Cancel that out. Separators. Let's pull that back up then. Let's go to users, app data, local, mod organizer, Skyrim SE, mods. What's in here? I hope I'm doing that right. Yeah, let me read the instructions. I usually just do them manually myself because it's not hard to do. I just go category to category. Loki's going on a timeout. Does the God of Mischief ever actually get a timeout? Does that happen? I was doing it right? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Well, we're gonna find out. I can always delete it. And then, okay. Just like that, Rooster, huh? Somebody probably leveled up. Either me eating popcorn leveling up or them doing Christmas stuff, or somebody leveled up downstairs. I think they're doing something with Minecraft. Now, is there a way that I could change all of these to a different color at once? Because I would certainly like to do that. Let's see. Let's see if it lets me. Ah, jeez. Control all. All mods. Let's see. Select color. That would be it, right? Let's do. We did salmon, right? I forget who did salmon. Let's do a different color this time. Loki, I have the popcorn here. I got the good stuff. It's all salty and buttery. Mmm. I'm thinking like, a green, maybe. Not really a fan of red, although red does stand out and red does separate categories, but there are red and green already in here. I could do blue, but blue could be kind of hard to read, even the lighter stuff. What color eyes are you going to make your character? I'm just learning about the Control A, Control D, copy paste. I'm just learning these things. It's been a while. It's been quite a while. No, you're going to have to come here for the popcorn. I told you, I got the good stuff. I don't share easy. It takes persuasion. Green. I like green. Let's see here. Let's try this green. Whoa. Yeah, I could see that. Let's select a different color just to try.
That's the team coming back.
We took this one.
The sirens?
No.
Let's try this green here.
What if they won?
No, it doesn't. I didn't see anything. Just deleting. So
That's actually not that bad because with the
They
mods
played
in
this afternoon?
between,
played at 1 o'clock. Yeah.
you can make the entire MO2 a different color. If you're referring to the light and the dark, yes. I just found that the dark was a little harder to read. If you're trying to watch it. Popcorn's my breakfast today, by the way. So again, I apologize. I have not eaten anything yet today. I do have coffee. Nothing goes better with popcorn than coffee. Try the one, excuse me, try the one in the column to the left. The darker one. You like the darker one? It's almost 6 p.m., Mel. I know you're West Coast time now, but you were an East Coaster for a while. You should remember these things. You know, we don't have as much. Well, we had a what, an 18-pound turkey, I think it was, something like that. A lot of it got already put on sandwiches, and we have a lot of stuff. We have a lot of everything else saved. So that will be my dinner tonight. I know it's almost dinner time for me here, but it's technically breakfast for me. Oh yeah, that's right. You were in Colorado for a month. Yeah. Loki, it's past your bed. 11 p.m. Past your bedtime. Get to bed. No, I'm kidding. Let's see here. Ooh, hey, get over there. Get over there. Let's select a color. Let's try something different. Let's try something non-green. Let's try blue. Just to see. It might be too dark, even with the white, to see over. Ooh, excuse me. I do like this color. We'll take a look. I know yellow is going to be probably pretty hard to see. Yeah, it's definitely going to be hard to see. We could do black.
Setting off fireworks.
Nah, it's definitely a no bueno. I don't know. Salmon might be the color. Salmon very well might be the color. The God of Mish, I don't bet we do not sleep. Ah. Who didn't have turkey? Mel, you didn't have turkey? Oh, dude, I'd take pizza too. You know, pizza on top of my turkey. Or vice versa. Turkey on top of my pizza. Did you at least, instead of getting pepperoni, did you at least have them put turkey on your pizza for you? Because they will do that. That's absolutely a thing. That was a Thanksgiving thing here. Yeah, exactly. Pizza stuffed turkey. They do that. They stuff the crust with stuffing instead of cheese, like some pizzas have it. You know, they put stuffing in there. It's great. If you've actually never, I've had it before. It's amazing. Oh, I forgot to tell you, it's free on Thanksgiving too. For that, all you gotta do is order it, and give the delivery guy like a $5 tip. The pizza is free. Never heard of it? Oh man. Mel, have you ever internet before? Yeah, they'll do it with stuffing. They'll do it with stuffing and mashed potatoes. So they might even put a little bit of gravy in there. You know, it all gets held in with the pizza dough. It's stuffed, literally. I don't like the black. It's going to be too hard to read, and then obviously the mods in between are going to come up. We need like a salmon color. I think we're going to go back to the salmon. Oh, yeah, you could do that, of course. Yeah, just pour the gravy right on top of the pizza like normal, like you do with hot sauce. So Win says the dark blue. No salmon? I mean, I already did salmon once. Dark green, Loki says. You know, my game's already installed, and we're still sitting here picking out separator colors. Let's try red. Let's see how many people get angry. Did you know that bees can't see red? They can't see the color red? I always found that fascinating. Red's a little much. And I particularly don't like the color red. It's probably one of my least favorite colors. I am partial to the green, but I don't know about the dark green. This is dark green. I know we can adjust them, but I'm gonna leave it there. That's my color. I'm sticking with this. That's where we're going, right there. Bam. First column, third color. All right, at least let me check this out. So this one. Okay, there you go. The wind has spoken. All right, we'll go with this one. So separators, bam, delete, deletion. All right, where's the game? MO2, you go down here. Steam, show me what you got. We have to run this, don't we? We have to run to generate the ini files, right? Almost 600 hours with this. Last played today, yeah. For some reason, I had my achievements enabled, I think, at one point, using the Lexi guide. Let me go to... Oh, you guys should be able to see this when I run this anyway. I have game capture open. We'll generate the inis. Preparing to launch. Let's go to options. Let's go ultra. And then... Rooster, here's the one for you. Deactivate the windowed mode, because that defaults to checked. And also anti-aliasing, should I turn that off or leave that on? Because I know a lot of tweaks. Yeah, it's 600 on PC, and that's only from June of this year. You want to talk numbers? My power level's over 17,000 in total with this game. Yeah, my Xbox. Most of that, honestly. With between the 360 and then my Xbox One. 17,000 hours. Yep. Could you please turn that light back on?
Oh, yeah. That's it. You have those
No.
other lights on.
Thank you. Because it's... There we go. Thank you. Okay. Did I have a PS3 ever? I don't know. I don't remember. I might have. What's today? Today's Friday. Okay. We got to get some stuff done here. Whatever EB you use will dictate what you turn on and off. This is true. Let's tick off that windowed mode. We'll leave it, yeah, as long as it's on ultra. Video settings event for ultra. We're going to hit OK. We're going to play. We'll generate the inis. Wow. Okay. So here's the other thing too. Now you saw me delete all those saves in there, but it doesn't quite ever get rid of everything. So. And I never figured this part out. Alright. Any files are generated. Let's quit out. It's amazing to see how unmodded, how fast it runs on PC. Look, if you guys were to even get like a mid-end to low tier rig, there's a ton of sales that I've seen so far from people linking them up in Discord and a couple other Discords. Especially now that the sales have started basically since yesterday. With the very minimalistic load order, right? Let's just say 100 mods, right? Your game's loading screens and loading times are insanely fast. I mean, it's like almost instantaneous. Of course, you know, within like something like an EMB, you may have a little bit of a performance hit, but if you keep it relatively low, I mean, it's like it's night and day. That's why it's so hard for me to actually go back and game on my console. It's not for stability-wise. It's not for the actual look of the game. It's for the freaking loading times. That's the one thing that I hated. And, you know, I got used to the hard resetting, so, I mean, it comes with the territory.
Sure, honey, they're right.
But other than that, it's
Are they on the counter? Look.
usually turn off the snow shader. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so here's another question, Rooster. Bethany, set this up now or set this up later? Because I could pull this up. It's highly recommended. Oh, yeah, close MO2. Yeah, let's close MO2. All right. So it's at where it was before, I think. Let me just close that down. Do a playthrough of the main quest with no mods at all. Nothing, just the game. I've done that. I've played it on modded game. As like one of the 3 archetypes. Yeah, once 2016 hit, I think most of us spent time modding. I still go back and do it, but what do you mean? No. Set it up now. Okay. Which means I need. Where is it? Oh, it's not there. Rooster, do you go off the Yash guide or the Lexi guide for Bethany setup? I think the last time I did it was off the Lexi guide, but I'm not 100% sure. I can't play a potato game. Absolutely not. I did that from 2011 to 2016 because I was only console then. 5 years of vanilla gaming and roughly 9,000, 10,000 hours of vanilla Skyrim. Pre and post DLC content. Do you know how hard that is? I think that's why I have no friends. Illusion perfect load order, second Satan. Well, I could point. Oh, thank you, Rooster. Thank you. We'll go to Yash. So second Satan, are you looking for? Well, you say illusion based, right? Now I have to ask this question: is this illusion based for a mage? Is this for a vampire? Is this for a necromancer? Is this for some other type of character? Do you have something in mind in particular? Because I could point you in the right direction of a couple builds that you can use as kind of a reference, and either change things out. The elusive. Oh, okay. Oh well, geez. I mean, I've had my console load order up for God knows how long. I'll have to link that one in the Discord. That was crash free from like the very end of 2016 up until now. I haven't crashed with that at all. Granted, you can and you can't use certain mods, but it's crash free. It's stutter free. I mean, you're capped on console for 30 FPS. If you're looking for one for PC, that's a little tall challenge. You know somebody that still plays vanilla Skyrim? You know who else plays vanilla Skyrim a lot is Major Slack. If he's still doing those videos, I think a lot of his content is still vanilla. But I think it's on PC, but it's PC vanilla. I'm not 100% sure on that. I remember when he was doing his like walkthroughs and stuff like that, they were very vanilla based. I see he keeps popping up on my feed all the time. He's just a funny cat. He's a character with the lines that he says. He's got that little bit of an accent that they can hear come through. I like how somebody created a bag of chump change. And then there's like I think there's a mod called like Major Slackisms that was actually put into the game. It was hysterical. Let's set up Bethany. And I have to, oh god, I don't even know what I'm doing here. Nordic guide. Let's go to the Yash guide here. Okay. Also, let me blow my screen up because it's, did I select it? Okay, come on. Prep. It should be under preparation. Bethany. There we go. All right. So this is Bethany. This is a tool used. I only need the one up here. I'm gonna put this over to the side so you guys can kind of read this. A tool that gives a user-friendly way to change your any settings, or you could let it do it for you. It's very user-friendly because it gives you a description of each setting if you hold your mouse cursor over it. Link to a tutorial by Dirty Weasel Media. Anyway, aside from this, if you guys haven't subscribed to Dirty Weasel Media, do so. There are a lot of excellent guides, tutorial videos on there. Some may seem outdated, but they really aren't. You can apply them to the game today. I believe one of the guys, or one of the major guys, his name is Cal. You guys would probably recognize, well, you guys from Couch Warriors Discard definitely know who he is. And also Gamer Poets, two of them. This is Gamer Poets Discord. I don't know if Dirty Weasel is here. I would assume so, but I'm not 100% sure. So, we got the separators. Let's go to, all right, well, back to Bethany. Back to Bethany. Setups tab. Okay, we have this done. This one's good. We need to go to basic. High and precise. Hit high. I don't know. I've hit ultra before and it's been fine. I'm gonna, Sorter, I'm gonna really have to look into that General Sam follower mod. That's been weighing on me heavily. I think ever since I put out Iron Dawn Guard and then Animated Clutter. Animated Clutter frustrated me for a little while. And it wasn't due to like not testing. It was that everybody told me it wasn't going to work on console. And it's just mesh changes. And when I went in and I was looking at it, I'm like, all right, well, it's really going to be load order dependent, but it is and it isn't, but it really should go above static mesh. So for those of you that did download it on console, you'd put it up in foundations, somewhere under like cutting room floor, somewhere up top. Make sure it's above any SMIM mod, ruins, clutter, things like that. Anything that adds clutter, other animations. You want those textures to take place or take precedence over, but you'll still get the animations from it. It just frustrated me for so long. And then I released it. I only released one version of it. I didn't have to update it, and I'm like, wow, I definitely should have got on this sooner. So I'll have to look into General Sam. Let me go to my live chat here, because he's still on the back burner. I'm sure it would, yeah. All right. Make sure Bethany preset is checked. We want recommended tweaks. Disable VSync and lock frame rate. Yep, those are done. Toggles windowed, full screen mode. I think I disabled that. Borderless we want. FPS is 60. Let's set this to high. And see, Luxy Guide says turn anti-aliasing off, but if it's gonna use your EMB, that's gonna do it. That's perfectly fine. I can always tweak that through EMB. Recommended tweaks, yes. Anti-alias. You can also set the anti-aliasing to none. Okay, let's just do that now. None. Get back up here, you. Go to the gameplay tab. No, it skips general, right? Yeah, alright, gameplay. Remove borders. Over encumbrance is 60. Yes, that's right. 7, 2.5. NPCs use ammo. So this is still set up basically from before. Go to the interface tab. But that's the modding platform. Yep. Fix map menu navigation. They adjust the lock sensitivity for the mouse. I don't do this. 8500, make sure mouse zoom is 10. Okay. Details tab. Reflect sky option is checked.
Yeah.
Reflect options is not checked here. Or reflect objects. Okay, we'll uncheck that. High 85, particles 2000. Decals, lens flare, let's turn that off. Depth of field is on. Anamorphic lens flare. Uncheck that. Okay. Toggles the horizontal lens flare. Okay. 2048, SSAO. Ambient occlusion. Rooster, you may have some technical stuff for me here. Why would we want ambient occlusion set to none? It's very contradictory to the Lexi Guide. Lexi Guide said put this at full. See, there's shadow. This is a little bit different. 2800. E and B. Okay. Shadow bias is 30. Detail draw distance is 2000. And exterior draw distance is 3000. Distant shadows are cast from the player. Well, I have to type that in. Okay. So no tree shadows. Land shadows, yes. Remove shaders. 0, 2.0. Rim lighting sparkles. No improved shader. Intensity 30. Okay. Alright. Once you have finished, go back to Basics tab, save and exit. What's about view distance? Grass fade. This is all going to get tweaked, I believe. And visuals. I'm going to set this up now. My grass density usually is 60. This is set to 15. I don't have grass wind speed. I leave that there. Go back to setup. I'm sorry, basic. Save and exit. Okay. That'll close itself down. And we can go back. And we can also bring back up Mod Organizer now with all of our tabs. I'm gonna have to get used to this color. So Hearthfires, this is all out of order. Put Dragonborn down below. Put Hearthfires under that. All right. Cleaning of the Masters. Bring this up as reference. I'm pretty proficient at this. Let's run it. Before I even install SKSE, we'll do update. No, Sonar, I'm not making another load order. Nope. This isn't even Skyrim. This is Tetris. This is the new version of Tetris. I just bought it today. Hold on, let me go back and read the comments. I think I missed something here. Or you could transfer your character to Exactly. Tetris with ray tracing. It's the tits. And I'm making a mess with the popcorn here. Yeah, you guys don't want to see the filter working. Oh, I don't even think I could do that. Okay. So we have separators, we have SKSE. Unfortunately, since I had MO2 enlarged and I can't not enlarge in it, I can't minimize it while it's working with the quick auto clean, so I'm going to have to put up with that. I heard people saying they had issues with the new game update, both on console and on PC. Oh, it's like a 32K. Photorealistic 2020 Ultimate Tetris Remastered. Yeah, popcorn's in my beard too. I mean, I'm gonna sound like a dick, but I never had issues with the game on console. I had issues the first couple weeks when I was learning to mod, like when modding was new. But like once I figured out how to set it up, I never had issues with it. I couldn't run like certain mods. Like there were certain mods that were just known bad mods on console. And there were mods that were on PC that were perfectly fine. They were just ported wrong because they weren't done by the original mod author. Some of them by the original mod author that just wasn't familiar with Bethesda and how, I guess, crappy a platform it really can be sometimes. Let's see if the quick auto clean's even done doing its thing. Still applying filter. Hey, it's telling me it's still applying filter. Awesome. Done. Saving. Applying filter. Alright. The only thing I'm really going to need is the manual cleaning for Dawn Guard. This is the one thing that I know, but I forget. Just because I don't know which cell block and sub block things are. What's going on in the campfire here? Well, Xbox. Gallery. Who's putting up pictures here? Ooh, nice. Ripped them out. That's awesome. Ooh, nice smoke. Utgard. Very cool. Yeah, JB's been putting up some nice pics. I do like the sun. This is a really nice shot. Let's see here. So is this one. Sun, the clouds. Very, very... landscape's got a very natural feel to it. Yeah, no, I like this. It's interesting. Definitely interesting. Okay. You done yet? Still applying filter? Jeez. Hey, people are gonna be using busty werewolves now that Enei's doing a werewolf overhaul. Tell me there's gonna be a patch between those. Looks like TLS is gonna be back on the forefront of modding. I'll be honest, I'm really happy I heard that, and he confirmed it. That Enei's doing a werewolf overhaul mod. Okay. Quick auto clean is finished. Let us Oh, it is minimized. Okay. Let me just. Oh, I don't even really need to delete these yet, do I? Let's rerun it again. Yeah, see, it does go full thing. Downgrade this time. Wait for me. That's awesome. Yeah, there was a couple werewolf shapes, but you have to see the mod wind. It's on console. It's on Bethesda Net. Let me pull it up actually. Hold on. You'll love this. And surprisingly, if you haven't already seen it, it's actually still a hot mod. It's kind of a running joke, but it definitely got a lot of attention. It's called Busty Werewolves. So I'm kind of giving a cheap plug here. Right? Oh, tell me it's not. Hold on a second. How many werewolves mods are there? 87? Okay. Werebeasts. Where is it? Tell me it didn't get taken down. Is it hidden? Am I just not seeing it? And I really can't. Can I search by author? No, they usually don't let you here. Bethesda's terrible with their highest rated. Let's try this. Still 87. Let's just try this. We'll just try Busty. There it is. How about that? There you go. There's one picture. So yeah, for all those female werewolves, makes werewolves transformation have a bigger bust bottom, replaces the textures, not compatible with Moonlight Tales. It doesn't even work with the main mod. It's got glitches. I mean, it's a running joke. The Lawful. He's created 621 mods. I think that's more than Tarshana. I'd lump them all in a category called trash. And never use them again. There are a few that are actually well done that don't really get recognition. But that one there is just kind of a running joke. It pops back up once in a while. Surprisingly, you did see the ratings, and it had a lot of downloads. Just not a very well-made mod. Alright. Loader, you finished? Okay. Good. Let's go to actual Xedit so we can properly clean Dawn Guard here. Okay. So let me see which ones I need here. I can't even believe I'm doing this. But I think it needed to be done. What I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a TPOS2 load order. I do want to run all the content. And I think what I'll do, bring in Busty Vampire Lords next. There's got to be a few of them already, right? There has to be a few. I would assume that there would be more, like, slutty vampire mods. than werewolf, I would assume that there would definitely be. I mean, we've already seen like so if you're using like a nice female body replacer, regardless of which one, I think there's support for what's the name of the mod? Um, it's the black female vampire armor that you find at one of the dragon locations in the Rift. It's really Lessmord. I think there's a couple different body options, but there are tons for female vampires. And Win, was it you or was it somebody else that put those pictures up of the female vampire on Couch Warriors? Can I show that? Is that okay to go over there? I want to show them this because I thought this was absolutely fantastic. It was under screenshots. I wasn't sure if it was you or if it was somebody else. I'm going to have to scroll back up a little ways to find it. I thought it was magnificent. I was completely impressed. You guys want to see some really amazing NPC and character creations? Right over here on Couch Warriors in the screenshot section. These guys do it best. As a top tier, this is a nice female creation here. This is absolutely gorgeous. That's a work of art right there, just to give you one idea. It was a full vampire. Where was it? In vampire lord form, no less. Tell me it wasn't taken down. I may have to go up a lot further. I could have sworn it was here. Some of these are mine, some of these aren't mine. There's a dragon. Like Trillian's characters are always look well. She does an amazing job with those characters. They're beautiful. That was you, Wind? Okay, awesome. I'm trying to find it here. I don't know how far back I have to go. This was 11/18. I don't think it was this long ago. Did you link it somewhere else, maybe? I've actually been debating creating a female character. It's been a while. I think since console was the last time I did mine. If you did link it somewhere else, let me know, and I'll go right there immediately, because I thought it was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. And I'll know it as soon as I see it. What the hell is this? Oh, that's the... Okay. Not sure. Oh, it is there. Okay. Yeah, this is going back to like the middle of November. Ah, here. I think we're getting there. No, this is Obsolete Enigma. I thought that was it. Can I search? Can I search you on here? I wonder. Let me see. Will it bring up from user? Oh, that's just mentions. Okay, never mind. Just going back a little further. Alright, I'm gonna have to find... I'm gonna leave this up, but I'm gonna have to find it at a different time. No, here we go. Maybe we did. Wind. Alright, so yeah, this is... I think we found it. I think we're close. Maybe, hopefully. Yep. Female vampire lord in mortal form. I'm assuming that's what that is right there. Is that right? Is that accurate? Harkin's gift. Ooh. Wow, so your game looks really cool. Look at that. The altar and... Damn. Let's go back up. Trying to find it. I really want to find it. There we go. How about that? Right there. That is a thing of beauty. That's seriously a work of art. I knew this picture from before. I've seen this one a couple times on there. I just didn't know how far back I would have had to go. Were there any other ones? That might be it. I'm not sure. Right there. Replacing all the regular vanilla Vampire Lord forms. Right? That's insane. That's so cool. So I'm assuming the transformation between mortal and lord form. Am I right by saying it takes around the same amount of time, but the transformation is more subtle in the fact that it doesn't immediately go to the vanilla form and then quickly revert to human female. It goes right to the female, but in lord form. Yeah, I understand the 3-pick limit. I'm going to have to start limiting picks on ours as well. I think I'll do it to like 6. Because I know I go crazy with it. I'm probably the worst perpetrator, so this is probably a rule to like limit myself. Maybe 7. Maybe 7 at the most. A lot of people usually put up like 1 or 2. But I know like when I go on a picture, like a screen archer spree or whatever they call it, I think that's what it's called. I don't even put up half the ones. What the ones I do put up on Couch Wars, I have to try and pick like the 3 best that I think. And then I have like 12 more sitting there, and I'm like, I kind of wish I could show them this because it's like there's a bunch of different things, but these happen to be the 3 best. But as soon as I remember I did that once by accident. I think I put 4 up. Strudel was like right there, and I got scolded. I didn't even realize I put the 4th one up. I just think I was overtired. But yeah, that's awesome. All right. Let's do Dawn Guard. So manual cleaning of Dawn Guard. Cell, block 5, sub block 3. Cell. Block 5. Oops. Sub block 3. Ragged Flagon. Counter zone. Rift and Rotway zone. You're going to remove. Yes, we're sure. Number 2. Cell, block 2, sub block 1. So cell, we're in cell, block 2, sub block 1. CW guard templates, we are going to remove this. Yes. And the final one is cell, block 8, sub block 1. So cell, block 8, sub block 1. The entire sub block gets removed. Okay. Close that up. Vanguard ESM. Yep. Okay. Everything else is quick auto clean. It's a little bit quicker. We have to swap back over. Oh, you're welcome, Win. That was just amazing to see. When you posted that up, I was looking at it. I'm like, is this even from Skyrim? And then I saw the surroundings, and I'm like, yeah, it is. I was blown away. Like, you guys over there, I mean, you have a lot of really talented members, yourself included. I draw a lot of inspiration from the things that I see, and like I said, I sometimes, like, I don't feel worthy to even speak about certain, like, modding things just because I've been a fan so long, and I kind of just watch certain things. It's done. But I do draw a lot of inspiration from a lot of things that go on there. And we'll choose Dragonborn. Dragonborn sometimes takes a little bit. Tim, so you're having the same issue I'm having, huh? Yeah, I couldn't get my skills to level at all. And I adjusted them so that they level faster. I don't know what it was about that. I mean, I think it's a little bit different than it was on Legendary Edition. But yeah, I think mine's going too. I still think I want to use Purchas Maximus though. If I do two separate profiles, I'll keep one for Athrolor and then one for something separate. But and the spell mod you were using. Well, which spell mod? Skills. Rooster. Nice reference. That's great.
Try not to get it all over. What are those? All those coats on the floor if slime gets.
My answer to that would be gangster rap. Late 80s, early 90s era. Alright. We're good. We can, oh, what do I want to do? Delete those. Yeah, we're good. Alright, so these separators are really going to throw me off. I'm going to have to delete SKSE completely. Because we have the new version of it. I didn't have it installed. Let me delete this. Let me delete this. Everything else can stay. These are separate programs. Let's apply that. SKSE for me goes above my core mods. And I may not even use all these categories. Separators, we have SKSE. Let's take a look at this. Oop, there we go. Extract. Let's open up our mods. We don't want our mods, we want our game folder. So these are the base inis for running the game. Yeah, I just grab everything. And then we go back to MO2. We want to SKSE 2.00.17. This is making me nervous. Every time the Creation Club updates.
Yeah. I don't know either.
We're just
No wonder it tastes so good.
Like the size of a dime.
looks good.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna have to do. I should have. All right. And activate. Okay. So. All right, you guys are good. Don't need you. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I gotta go back to Steam and do that. Well, I had automatic updates off. That's why this is the first time I'm updating it. Do I have to go redo that again? Steam, settings. What is it? In-game? No, not in-game. Interface?
Were they done?
Yeah.
Has this changed? I'm in the wrong place. Cancel. Steam. Games. Or is it under Skyrim? It's under Skyrim, right? Properties. Updates. Only update this game when I launch it. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that was set right. That's why like I said, I'm just updating right now. It's weird when they changed this to this. I'm so used to using the tabs up top, not using this and right-clicking here. I'm used to finding everything in one of these. So this kind of threw me off a little bit. So my scripts go right under the official DLC above my core mods. I consider SKSE special. It's just me personally. You guys can do it however you like. Core mods for me are a little bit different. SKSE is a requirement. It is like the DLC. Oh yeah, Tim, that's what I did. I updated. I reinstalled and I updated. Yep. Most of the stuff that I can live without that hasn't updated yet, like I said, that's not a big deal. So we did the masters. Let's get out of here. Let's back this out. Anything else in preparation?
Still lost.
Alright. Base mods.
Eight.
Engine fixes. I have it up here. Okay. We need... hold on.
No. Kitchen timers? No. Just
Should be under general, right?
since here before. Yeah. Good for 30 seconds. Hey.
Does it say in the main? What is it? It's 1.5.17. Wind, I usually use... I go between both. I usually do. When I started, the very first one I started on, this is right after John Rose was telling me about like certain programs I may or may not need, and like his obvious recommendations. My whole setup was all Skyland. I think I only had around maybe 100 mods, but with an ENB. I bounce between Yasht and Nordic usually. Manager download. Yes. Manual download. Yes. Then we could do this. We could do this. We can go to downloads, engine fixes. Set that. This will go under core. See, it's going to be weird for me to do this and have to keep dragging them up. I'm used to them loading, and then once it hits the bottom, drag them up. Engine fixes is going to be extracted. Let's take these three, place them there. So those are your engine fixes, these three. And then you guys can also, bam, get off my screen. We'll also do the same thing with the ENB at some point. 1.597. Okay, thank you. Like, that's the thing. I know the SKSE version intimately. It's the actual game version that I can never remember which game version they're on. So 1.597. Okay. So you can see that's good. Let's see what else Yasht wants us to install. I don't go for the optimized textures. These are what? These are 1K. The reason is that I find that Noble optimizes the textures itself, although I've used this once and you can see how big it is for the 1K files. It's 3.5 gigabytes. You ran updated with the new. Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember you telling me that you wound up rolling it back.
Molly! What are you doing in here?
What's up, Mel?
What are you doing in here? Oh, maybe.
Do you mean like, do you want me to send you a Christmas card? If so, I absolutely can. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was just trying to make light of it. I kind of already knew what you meant. What? How do you... The most random person I've ever met on the internet. That's awesome. I want him.
What are you making, guys? You playing with slime.
That's awesome. You know what ham goes good on, don't you? Pizza. with pineapple?
No, do I mix in each half with
It does.
No.
Alright, so private profile redirect SC. So this I don't use because of EMB. I think it even says within there or within most of the EMBs not to use it. They'll have issues. It's never one that I've needed. The faster game start, whatever. I let my game load at the rate it loads. I think I'm going to stop eating the popcorn. That's probably what's really making everybody hungry, if you can hear me munching. Nom, 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 nom. Stay at the system page. This is one I wasn't sure. Let's just double check the files. 1.580, 1.573. All right, we're good. I love when mod authors do this. Right, when you go to the files and this is what you see. Because it's an SKSE requirement, when they have both versions and they have them starred. So you have to notice this. I love seeing that. It is one of the most underappreciated things. You guys can comment on their page just for them doing that for you. Because I know a lot of people will go right to the post or right to the forums tab, say, which one's it for, which one's it, when they've already got it done right there for you. It's amazing. It's great. So we'll do this one. This one looks good. I hate that. Stay at the system page. Let's bring this up. This is core under engine fixes. This is kind of, I don't know. I like the blue, but it might be too blue. That mod is not updated. Hold on. What did I do? 1.573. What's SKSE? Hold on a second. 2.017. This is the game version, right? For Skyrim game version 1.580. And our version right now is which one? 1.5. Oh, 97. Oh shit. Okay, I'm wrong. See, that's how I can't remember. 1.59. Yeah, look at the runtime. Yep, okay. Date uploaded. Or, I'm sorry. Last updated. Okay. That's my fault. Looks like you're going. Remove. Yes. Uninstall. Delete uninstalled. Yes. Okay. Alright, 1.597. I'm gonna have to remember that. That sucks. Also one I can live without. More informative console. Rooster, I think this is the one that you said. Also hasn't been. No, version 1.597 and 2. So more informative console is good to go. SC 2.017. Okay. This is updated on November 21st. A magic pill that will let you eat things? What do you mean, Mel? Like things you normally can't eat because of like allergies, or just because you want to eat things? Well, Sonar, that's part meat. I mean, you're putting ham, but you got to have it with the pineapple. Oh, Mel, just eat what you want. Those are for the drinks, Rooster. We know about those. I can't tell you how many times women have roofied me and taken advantage. It's just, I wake up in strange places. It's weird. Ugh, boy. I assume I had a good time. I don't know. No, I've seriously been roofied before. It sucks. And it was by a friend. And because they were a friend, I didn't do anything about it, so, whatever. I'm not going to get them in trouble. I yelled at them, but that's about it. In the comments, someone updated stay at the system page and added a link. You gotta have pineapple on your Hawaiian. If you don't like pineapple or you're allergic, that's one thing. That I totally understand. But man, ham and pineapple. Oh, so good. On a pizza with cheese. Oh, a little bit of garlic on the crust. Ooh. I'm gonna stop talking about food now because I'm making myself hungry for the popcorn. So informative console looks good. 1.5, 0.97, 2.0, 0.17. Let's get this.
Molly, what are you playing with there still?
This is a fantastic mod. This is one that I really have a hard time not playing without.
I'm putting with slime.
Looks good.
No, but what are you putting in the slime? Lotion.
You could hear my niece is playing with slime or something.
Okay. Joking.
And let's get rid of these in the bottom. I don't like when they're showing the bottom.
Which one is it? The pink one?
I don't use Fusrodo silent voice. I'm just gonna check to see if this one was updated. I believe. I honestly don't know. Doesn't say. Description. November 23rd. I will assume that it was updated, but I don't know for sure. I don't use it, so I'm gonna forgo it. I understand what it does. Flip smooth, slows the subtitles down for voiceless NPCs. That doesn't bother me. I know that bothers a lot of people. I don't care. And Mel, by the time I would send it to you, it would be cold. Nobody eats cold. Well, no, that's not true. Everybody eats cold pizza. Do you guys have Papa John's out there? Out west? I would assume you do, right? It's a national thing, right? It's not just a regional. I love cold pizza too. I love cold homemade pizza and cold Domino's and cold Papa John's and on occasion cold Pizza Hut. And then when I bring pizza back from Philly, I'll eat that cold. Do they have turkey pizza? I don't know. Yeah, that's true, Ren. Absolutely, cold pizza for breakfast is the best. Right after sex. Cold pizza for breakfast, right after that. There we go. It's not December yet. I don't have to put the age restriction shit on my channel. Better jumping. Absolutely. Absolutely better jumping. When were you updated? You were updated, right? November 21st. 1.597. Bam! You go in. No data on top level. What? What are these shenanigans? I'm gonna go lighter on the core mods, I think. Like I said, there's some that I'm not gonna use. This Globigon, let's check this out. I was using this, but I think it also negated, no, this one wasn't updated, 1.573. Alright, we're good on that. Because that's one I was going to do without anyway. I just wanted to see. I don't use Dynamic Equipment Manager. Let's see, what else don't I use? To your face.
Everybody look at me like it's fun playing with
No, this
slime.
one was 1.580.
Look at the slime.
Can't use that one. Let's check out Yes, I'm Sure.
Carter, do you like slime? You do.
June 27th. Nope. Wow, I shouldn't have updated. That's okay. I think it took about the same amount of time the last time. And then I remember a lot of people having issues with Sky UI for whatever reason. I don't know why that was, but... scale form. Translation. I know this one is... No, not an update. Go without that. Quick loot I don't use. Experience I don't lose. I don't use this. Let's see. There's a lot of stuff here I don't
First, we
use.
gotta make sure my mother says yes. Yeah.
Skill and capper. Let's take a look. October 5th, 2017. So this just requires SKSE. This doesn't require a particular version. As long as you have, because that's 2 years, right? And you don't have to worry about the DLL loader. With SKSE, you're fine. Do I use the uncapper or don't I? I'm like I said, I was seeing some issues with my character leveling up even after I bumped up the speed of which they level up per skill. I really wasn't seeing it. Now, I like having my character not become level 10 within 8 minutes of me playing by casting like 2 muffle spells and, you know, soul trapping a couple skeevers. But I also don't like the fact that it took me like 13 hours to go from level, I think, 15 in destruction to 24 or 25 in destruction. That was kind of, and I was only using destruction spells. If you guys were joining that stream yesterday, they were all destruction spells. So maybe we'll make this one a little simplistic. We won't go with the uncapper. And I may go back to Ordinator. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. We'll forgo that. Wow, there are more core files. Unofficial high definition audio project. I don't use this. I know it's a large mod, first of all. 17 files. So music, voices. Yeah, because I mean, the voices are fine for me. And music gets overwritten by my music replacer anyway. So, unofficial Skyrim Special Edition patch. All right, so this is where I switch over to Nordic Nexus, because I want to see there are some things on one that aren't on the other, and vice versa. So that's why I like to have both of them up here. Boobies. Everybody look, it's boobies. That's still up there. That's amazing. Not that I would have, you know. Oh God, you could hear the young ones in the background. Hold on one second, guys.
Where is it?
He's here?
Okay. Yeah, it's a madhouse over here right now. Sorry, guys. They were being good, but you can't contain them. What can you do here? User interface. So we did engine fixes. More informative console, the uncapper, better jumping, glow be gone, I can't use. Is there anything else in here? Floating damage. No, this was updated. Sweet. SKSE 2.017. Bam. That is a mod I cannot play without. I think there was one on Legendary Edition that was a little bit different than this type of floating damage. But it actually had like a health bar. You know, Ren, hey, you want to come over here and put them all in timeout? Absolutely do it. They drive me insane. We also have to change the ini settings for floating damage. For those of you who do want to use it, it's really easy with Mod Organizer. Go to the inis tab, the ini files here, just double click this, right? All the way at the bottom where it says near actors, you want to make this first one true, right? Okay, and then the near radius, you're going to want to set this to 200. The far radius you're going to set to 1000. And you're going to leave the list update time alone. Okay, so true, 200, 1000. and leave it alone. And just save it, yes. And that's all you do. Just if you don't do that, you're going to have floating numbers above every NPC at almost every distance that you could possibly see them. Seneca Street in Buffalo, New York. Heaven.
Clean the slime up,
Nice, Mel.
'cause it's everywhere.
Isn't Buffalo famous for something else? Could have sworn.
Clean the slime.
What do you guys have? Oh, wings. Wings. Yeah, you guys, Buffalo, New York was #1 for hot wings in the country. Funny enough, where I live, in a place called German, there's a place called the Windsor. And it is rated #2 in the entire country for wings. You'd be surprised at how many places around. We're also the pizza capital of the country in Old Forge. Like hot wings. Like chicken wings, hot wings. Yeah, where Mel used to live in Buffalo. Buffalo is the wing capital of the country. And there's a little town, very, very small town where I am that was #2, rated #2 in the entire country. We do have the best pizza in the entire nation, though. Hands down. And in a small town here called Old Forge, I think there's like 37 family-owned small pizza-style restaurants. And they're all different, and they're all very unique. And it's like literally the best pizza you've ever had. And it is rated #1 in the country, so. I wonder why I'm fluffy. Are you fluffy? I remember watching a Family Guy episode with James Woods on there talking to Meg. I think he brung up a little creature called Mr. Pukey. That's terrible. Sorry, I'm a big Family Guy fan. Actually, I'm not sorry for that. I've been a fan of that for a long time. I'm not going to apologize. It's just funny stuff. What else does Nordic have? Alright, so now, yeah, we're back into some other stuff here. These I'd also consider, before we get into the UI stuff, these would also be considered. So, the unofficial patch. Since I'm going back to Nesbit's here, I don't know if I want to use the Whiterun mod itself. I think I want to add in Cutting Room Floor, but I don't want to use the Whiterun. I'm going to use all the city overhauls. So obviously I'm not going to be running JKs. But the actual Whiterun that adds like the walls to the exterior, I think I want to leave that alone. Because I want to add in Cutting Room Floor again. I think that's how I'm going to go. And there's a CRF patch for that. So let's do that. Let's let's get the unofficial patch first. And I think this is the file. I don't know, Skeletor wanted the PC file for unofficial patch for some reason. He didn't want to use the Xbox. He plays on Xbox. He doesn't play on PC. He wanted the unofficial Skyrim Special Edition patch from PC for Xbox. So, don't know why. I stopped asking questions. That looks good. Come on. Alright. Bam. Get you down. What else does Nordic have? We'll go back and forth and compare these two. So, landscape and water fixes. I'm gonna go right to Cutting Room Floor, I think. File access interface for SE scripts. Some of these I'm not familiar with. CRF I'm familiar with. Let's add this in.
I'm playing with this blue slime. Hey, can that slime a hat?
Okay.
This one? Yeah. Okay, when do you want to go see it?
Come on. Close out. I hate how it does that. Cutting Room Floor always looks good. Yep. You get up there.
Oh, hey, are you done with my phone? Oh, yeah, I'll get it. I'm getting it.
Didn't they come in and say she said yes?
No, I didn't hear.
Yeah. No, it's more like 40. It's almost 50, and it's a small town. Like there's, I don't even think 3,000 people that live there. It's a real small town, but that's how. And they're all mom and pop pizzerias. They're like the old school Italian, because that's that whole town. For the wings, it's called the Windsor. It's in a town called German, Jermyn, up here by me. It's probably a 15-minute drive from my house. I'm 15 minutes from a lot of stuff where I live. Like I'm right outside the city of Scranton, which is, if you guys watch The Office, that's where it's supposed to take place. They make a lot of local references around here. Like we knew about the show coming, I think it was back in like 1996. Because my best friend's name is Michael Scotti, and who's the main character of that show, his name is Michael Scott, so it's amazing how he found out about that. Kind of ironic. Going way back when. I deleted the wrong thing. Damn you. Okay. Cutting room floor lighting overhaul. New buildings added by cutting room floor. You want to compact this particular. I am not going to bother with that. GDO, yes. We want GDO.
All the time. Okay, that song was on in the bus, and then I'm like, 1, 2, 3, and then everyone said, Santa's a stalker.
Yeah, guns to shoot the kids. They're usually fine when they're occupied. I think this is why people give them like electronics. I do, Wind. I do the same thing. If you look on my plugins, I try to match my left pane up with my right pane. Especially when it gets into a larger load order, and by larger I mean anything north of about 175 to maybe 200 mods. Tasers will absolutely work. Yeah, I can't even tell you. My tasers are done. I've tasered them so much just to shut them up. Does that count as child abuse? I mean, that is their timeout, really. I mean, they just lay there drooling for about 40 minutes and then they wake up and go about their day. No, my niece, my one niece lives here. I wish I did, but you know.
Look it, I'm making my ABCs. Look it, I make the ABCs. You're making ABCs?
Okay.
No. It's been like that for a while.
Oh, yeah. Oh, crazy dad.
Let's see.
Yeah.
I guess, oh yeah, weapons, armor, and clothing for this. Rusted clothing. And ace.
What?
Get rid of this.
I know.
I consider these all core mods as well. Main. Right. Includes up to 2K diffuse textures and normals. Yep. I don't go 4K. With this, I don't feel the need. I don't even go 4K, 2K. I don't feel the need for this. With this one. Rustic, absolutely. Rustic's always a 2K, 1K. Reduced size for the headwear, footwear, and gloves. Half size normal for both. It's a good compromise, specifically because it affects NPCs. And while, you know, like a 4K version is 2.1 gigabytes, it's a lot. It's a lot for me. And this is like for NPC. I consider this for NPCs when I'm looking at them, not necessarily my own gear. I have coffee here. I think the coffee's actually out. Let me see. My cup's actually cold. Give me one sec. I'm going to put this on mute. I'm going to go throw this in the microwave. I'm going to reheat this up, and I may brew another pot. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, coming back. Coffee's much better now. Oh, yeah. Cigarettes. I already went to the store for that. I'm good. Did I do rustic clothing? I think I did, right? Hold on, downloads. No, weapons, armor, clothing, clutter. Let's just make sure this one's good. Get this one installed. Yeah, rustic. I go 2K, 1K. Like I said, it's a nice compromise. I could go 2K. To me, it's not so noticeable. I'm sure to some people that make the like the clothing mods or they do modifications for them, it would be more noticeable to them. And I don't really work with textures all that often myself, so for me, this one's perfectly fine. And then Ace, which you need those two for. So, and just the main file. And then, so yeah, 2K. Okay, that's right. So let's get these installed. Rustic, I know this has to be set. Data, yep. And that's going to go do its thing.
Oh yeah, look at what do you want to do after you're done? I'm a captain.
And Ace is fine.
Can I make help?
Let's bring this back up. These are considered core. 1.
Look it, I have a parachute man. Hey, look it.
2.
I'm a puncher man.
3. So my plugins will now look like this. What you need to do with weapons, armor, clothing, clutter, go to your file tree, this bash patch level list, fix, ESP. You can just hide that, it's not needed. So it looks like this now. I'm getting lag for some reason. Then we can also get rid of these 3. So I have Yashed up. I have to go back to Nordic because, like I said, I want to keep both of them up. What do you mean? You don't know what's going on? Hey, you said you have your shadow there, right? Your ghost or whatever it's called. You can play along. When so am I. I'm actually hoping to have this done by tonight. You know, normally if I'm doing like a completely full setup, it takes me, I don't know, a couple days to, hey, more nudie stuff. It's amazing that they do this. So John's Mountains are no longer on the top. They were like right here. They were number 2, and now Kabloom is up. So I guess popular 30 days. Let's take a look and see. Yeah, there they are. Granite Mountains is still, it's on the first page. It's got 125 endorsements, which is, that's the only thing I never understood, right? You make a mod like this, and it's an immediate top mod. CBBB 3 triple B, right? Come on. Let's go to Nordic here.
I made an elf on the table. What?
We'll bounce back and forth between Yash and
Like a
Nordic.
music station, a gas station, have a bunch of
We have Ace.
Oh, this is yours.
Install manually, can merge it with. Version of Ace's problems with the dollar signs in the MCM.
Back here now. Yeah.
Mega, did I?
There's Christmas presents.
I never had an issue with Ace, I don't think.
You're not allowed to look at them because Haley and I am.
No, I'll merge it.
Good me for Christmas.
Where's Carter?
Okay,
Anybody know?
Andy and
Anybody watching him?
Probably
Is Carter with you guys? There he is, okay.
Abigail. Oh, is it looking good for Abigail? Oh, I know.
I think I have the feeling I'm doing that wrong.
Oh,
You install manually as other mods you can merge it with Ace. I'll just install it separately.
I was just playing along with her. Acting like her. I didn't like her at all.
That's good. Interface. Says user interface, but we're gonna keep it up right underneath the mod that it's for. Doesn't have a an ESP or anything like that. Check my temperatures, check my time and everything too. Let's go full screen again on this. Let's check Nordic for UI. See what else is there. We did floating damage. We did core files. Now, I haven't used Lanterns of Skyrim, Clearlux, or anything that adds additional lamppost or lantern style mods since PC. For some reason, Lanterns of Skyrim was always giving me an issue. Yeah, see here it says can cause lighting problems, combination with. Alright, so on console it was never an issue. Clearlux, I just haven't used. I know Clearlux for a fact is fine. Even with TPOS, right? Normally that's not the position it would go in. Both these guides have it loaded up top like this. It's a mod you'd want to have lower in your priority. This is an area edit mod. And that's why I say like my setups are a little bit different than most others. While I do follow these guides, sometimes I tweak things around a little bit. I'm not going to be using JKs with this one, Ma. Sonar votes for holds of Skyrim. Hold on. Let's take a look at holds of Skyrim. It's called something else, right? What's the name of it? Hold, hold on, let's type in hold. Holds the city overhaul. There's... Patching center. This seems like there's a lot of stuff that goes with that. Alright, let's see this one here. Holds the city overhaul. This one. I think this is the one everybody was talking about the other day. Yeah, the large one. One required. Choose this as the modular one. So the modular one I'm assuming is you get to pick and choose. Dawnstar, Dragonbridge, Falkreath, Morthal, Winterhold. The problem with this is with TPOS you can't run it because of Winterhold. So I would probably run the modular one. I don't want to go through all these pictures to see, but I'm probably going to. Oh, also, cities in the north, Dawnstar look nice. I'm not sure if I put pictures up from last night or early this morning, but I may have. They may still be sitting on my phone. Definitely good. I'm not sure if it's worth the file size, but it definitely looks good. Very clean. Sonar votes holds of Skyrim. Let's take a look. Let's look at some of these pictures.
We're gonna go on a trip in the woods tomorrow.
Now remember what happened when I wanted to try a couple new mods last night. We saw what happened. Crash City, bitch. Crash City, bitch. That's what was happening. This looks cool, though. Rooster, is this one that you tried? Like that, I'm not too keen on the big mammoth tusks on the outside, stuff like that. But I think I could live with it, depending, as long as the mod is stable. Obviously, I don't think it would go well with TPOS 2 if it alters interiors. Let me go back to read the description here. Let's take a look. Requirements. I also want to see this. It requires winter is coming. I'm not a huge fan of winter is coming. I know a lot like it. Yeah, that must. Yeah, see, that's the thing, Red. For whatever reason, my rig runs perfectly fine when I run TPOS and all the add-ons. Sometimes not as visually appealing, but I don't have any crash issues. I wonder why that is. So this is the one that you kept saying. It's like TPOS, is complete overhaul. There's not much you could add to this. It does have a patch page. Okay, interesting. Let's well, let me seriously. You know what though? And I think in Quinn's, I've seen this this particular logo, this page pop up as being a patch that is in the Quinn's patch central. Installation and requirements. Holds ESP bottom to let me know if you have any problems. Install the meshes and textures from Winter is Coming by Nivea. You do not need the ESP, but you do need the meshes and textures. Give her an endorsement. Now install holds to your data folder. Data folder? Nothing gets stored in my data folder. You kidding me? Goes to a virtual folder. Make sure you have a complete. I'll have compatibility for mods you suspect conflicts. Is it advisable to start a new game? No, I'm going to add this to an existing game. I'm going to add this to a level 61 character just because I want a different look. Alright. How to use with Dynalog. This is going to be important. You need to use the complete or modular version without the compatibility patches. Once that's done, you can safely activate the compatibility patches and play. That is interesting. Future plans. So they plan on updating this. I don't like Winter is Coming at all, though. I'm one of those few people that just thinks it's like, Let's jump around. I want to see some more pictures of this. And I think Rooster posted a bunch of pictures up a while ago. Something has to jump out at me to get me to install this. I mean, it looks good. It's also how like I installed the Winter Overhaul 2019 mod, and I played it like one full play, just because it was made everything snowy, and then I went back to install it. I was gonna do a snow elf character, and I did the camping in the woods start just to test some things, and I immediately started noticing issues with the snow and like textures and just missing like patch areas. And then I'm like, I played a whole game, I think like a level 31 character or whatever, like by the time I finished it with this mod, and I never really noticed it. It does look good though. Look at that. All right, so something like that. This is what? This is Dragon Bridge, right? Right here. Does it say? It doesn't say. That looks like Dragon Bridge though. Oh, yeah, that's probably true. There you go. There's the bridge. Meridia's Temple. Sausages. That's nice water. Yeah, you can see I see that little split there. Yeah, don't think I don't notice you. I like the snow on top of the buildings though too. This is another thing that I think is missing. Not every mod that overhauls things does this. Ah, Nesbitt's here. How are you?
I'm gonna do something crazy tomorrow.
It's late for you, isn't it? 7, 8, 9, 10. What is it? It's like 12:30 for you. How are you?
Mobiles. We make like a mobile thing.
Like, there's certain things that stand out, but there's certain things that just... I don't know. That would be... What's his name? The shack, where you... the diet of the savant would normally be somewhere along here. There's like a wood chopping block. Can't think of the name of it. Maybe it's down here. Yeah, that's definitely it. With the little boy. Alright, how many pictures of the same shack are you gonna give me? Okay. A Hall of the Vigilant. Alright. I mean, so when it gets burned down by the vampires, does it has to revert to vanilla, or I mean, you would think that the structure would collapse in on itself and it would be different. I highly doubt that's the case. I don't know. And if it's not... See, that's the thing, too. It's a big file. I don't know. I'm going to have to come back to it. I still got to get the... like I said, we just finished Ace. Let's go back. We'll go back and forth between the Yash and the Nordic Guide, and then I have other mods that I have on here that I'm gonna put on. I don't use Yash itself, or Yash 2, or whatever it's called. Yet another hardcore mod. I've not actually used this. Everybody was saying to give this a try. It requires SKSE, obviously the game, the unofficial patch, and I don't do any crafting. So for those of you who have used it, pluses or pros and cons, what are your opinions? I'd like to hear from what you guys think. And Nesbitt, I agree. Holds looks fantastic. There's something about it, and I can't put my finger on what it is, that I'm just not... You know what I mean? Like, it has something about it has to immediately stand out to me. And while it looks amazing overall, I don't have that element that strikes me and says, that's something I absolutely must have, will never leave my load order. I don't know. Like, it looks good. It looks great. It's a great looking mod, but it's just... This is one I've been interested in. Right here. Yash 2. Okay. Overall, hold on. Old Cell role-playing overall. Your game, my vision. So I've read this page, right? Race-specific perks. That even goes into more detail. I knew about the stats change. Like, it kind of reminds me a little bit of Requiem, sort of, but not really. Yeah, user choice, exactly. Who's really big on this? Isn't that Barbarian, Rooster? Barbarian's really big on Yash, or is that Elegy? And that might be Tanis. I'm not really sure. I know one of them likes the one of them likes the other. I've not used this mod. I've used mods similar. I guess CCO doesn't really count as a major mod like this, but it does adjust like the health, magic, and stamina, the skills and everything. It doesn't nerf them like this. I just as soon use Ordinator. And if I'm starting to consider using Ordinator, I'm now starting to consider going back to Percus Maximus because of getting that to work properly. I was literally talking about that probably, 25 minutes ago? How, like, when I run TPOS, I have a very stable game. I ran a different setup, like I was telling them yesterday, and I streamed it for 13 hours. I wound up streaming for 13 hours, but I had some crash issues, and I was assuming it was because I went back to Verdant, but I wasn't running TPOS 2. I kept my Athrolord profile, because we knew you were working on a new city, a new town. Obviously not giving too many spoilers out. But my thing was I'm going to save Athrolord's thing for when you say you're all completely finished with that. So I decided to start a different one. I went back to do, like a necromancer character. I ran a whole different setup. Very similar to it, but I hadn't used Verdant in a long time. I also used the 3D NPC, the one that adds like 250 NPCs, plus immersive creatures. And I think I crashed like 4 or 5 times. And that's usually unusual. Perma is amazing, Mel. aside from the crash issues, like it ran good. You know, I noticed some FPS drop, which I normally don't ever see. Again, that could be Verdant, but I don't know.
Can you do something quickly? Well, he's gonna mix it all. There's two things that I can't mix right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna hold off on Yash 2. Let me go back to Nordic here. Let me see. We do have CRF. Is it the last one I have in? No, we have Ace. Okay. Ace is right here. I don't use the complete crafting overhaul, CCOR. None of my characters really do crafting. They are, absolutely. There are so many mods out there. I think, what did we do the other day? I know Sword and I did it. We went on all of our well, I went on Nexus, but I also went on Bethesda. So I had to boot up my console for mods that I had downloaded. And we just went like on an endorsement spree. Because I know sometimes it pops up here, mods that you're using but you haven't endorsed and it's been like a week or two. So I just spent a good like 3 hours going to each mod page and making sure I gave them the endorsement. Usually they come up here in the flags. It's a flag section. Yeah, alright, so I don't use CCOR. User interface, number 1, quality world map. Yes. I use the classic with all roads, and I also use the clear map skies. I don't use the vivid. I don't like it. I mean, I do like it, but I don't like it on PC. I find this to be a little bit more friendly. So these two will get added. Make sure you separate them. You don't want to merge them. Downloads. Quality world map. And I always change this to classic with all roads so I know. Always looks good. And then this one, you just change this to clear map skies. This one also looks good. Add this in. Okay. And this will be the first of my UI mods. Make sure you activate them. You could ignore the this right here. This is the latest version for this. You can see version 8.4 CA, CM, classic with main, classic with all. That's what those stand for. The because it says it's not the newest version is because what do we have? The new one is 9.0.1 CM. So it's you're gonna see that. That's normal. What you do here, you could just hit ignore. I hit ignore. I don't like seeing the red. Activate that. Check your plugins. Looks good. Go back to your downloads. Quality world map is now installed. Let's go back to Yash. We'll get to kind of the same place. If there's anything I missed. Sky UI. There we go. I think I should put Sky UI above the map. I don't know. I don't think it matters. Sky UI always looks good. Yeah, bring it up. We'll put it right there for now. If I need to change it, I could change it. I just, like I said, I like to keep my plugins and my my mod list almost identical. The only thing you're not going to notice in your rate pane, for the most part, would be textures or messers, because they tend not to have an ESP file or an ESL. I'm trying to think of what else. Now, are we starting a GoFundMe for you? Would you like me to do that? I could absolutely do that. I could put a link in the descriptions of my streams and everything. You need a PC too, don't you? What else do you need? I think you only said you need like one piece of hardware or two, wasn't it? 3 pieces. Which 3 were you looking for?
You said 3E, so yeah. You said you have to end up something, then you said E.
By the way, this popcorn is still amazing.
INTSTO. Unless you want to be ingredient, so toe. Toe.
Oh, so basically the 3 most expensive pieces.
The stage.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Not really long.
Yeah, 3D NPC. I ran that last night, Nesbit. And while I like the fact that it adds in, I think, 250 NPCs, Rooster and I were having a conversation earlier, and they're voiced well, but their dialogue just drags on and on. And I know that the ones you can recruit as followers, you can see them immediately. I didn't have an issue before I added that mod, but I did have an issue after I added that mod. But I also added immersive creatures. But immersive creatures doesn't add... Well, I don't think it adds spawn points, additional spawn points. Yeah, the number, absolutely. I didn't have issues in towns. That was the funny part about it. Being inside of a town, I was okay. Well, with this setup, I didn't have TPLS2. I had TPLS2 on my Athrolore for my vampire, but this was a separate character. But like I said, in town, I was okay. It was just when I was at it, like outside in the game world. I think it was Verdant, to be honest with you. Like I said, on console, I ran Verdant fine, with no issues. But on PC, my PC never really cared for Verdant. I think that's why I've been running Vadosprum mainly the whole time. Maybe between that and Northern Grass. And Northern Grass really grew on me. I think I might actually add Northern Grass to this one, and then just tweak the any settings a little bit more. The one that I already have them set to. Yeah. And that's the thing too, is I didn't base test with just those mods because the rest of my setup was something I'm very, very intimate with. But we round up, well, I should say I ran into issues with the weather mod I was testing. We were using that new Scandinavian weather. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. We'll do that here. It looked really, really nice as a base. Scandinavian seasons, right? So this one here, this was something that we decided we wanted to try. I wanted to see what it looked like. It looks really nice. And I'm wondering if you know Nesbit I think he's using TPOS2 because I noticed these structures are in similar places. Let me see if I can go find. It just struck me as, a weather mod that I wanted to try, and then as soon as I saw some of the structures there, I'm like, oh, see, this is what got me too. Is it looked a little more orange, and I think it was just a screenshot. But here you can see. So I don't know if the mod author might be a fan of yours. Let's see if there's anything else.
Oh my gosh, this is
Yeah.
class. Creepiest thing ever.
This looks like it's the Tundra. I want to say that's
The elf.
Dead Man's Respite, but I'm probably wrong.
Me and Jaden caught the elf moving. Jaden caught the elf moving its eyes and told Leah.
He did a lot of tests here.
We're like, oh, and then we.
This is Dawnstar. Or this is outside Dawnstar on the outskirts of the city.
Wait, what?
But you could see, so this is the weather. We wanted to try this, but with the EMB, we used the, what was it, Pinnacle? Pre-EMB.
Oh.
Let me see if I can go to... Yeah, it was a no-go for me last night. Issues with the snow.
Wait, now what?
Yeah, I'm going back to Matthews myself, I think. Matthews, Wine Dave, and a few others. Like I said, I like to mix some things in. I did find out Wine Dave Snow and Enhanced Blood Textures don't seem to like each other. And it was doing the same thing with Footprints. And as soon as I removed the snow and put Nordic Snow on, Footprints was fine again. And it took a little bit of adjusting to get Enhanced Blood Textures to finally work. I had to drop that below Wildcat. That's what worked for me. But we'll have to see here. I have Sky UI. Let's go Sky HUD. I like Sky HUD. I've liked this one since. Ooh, hold on. Wait a minute. Okay. We're gonna go with the Oblivion. Main files, all in one. That's it. First one.
I've done that.
Downloads.
I've done that.
Proceed. Overrate.
Did she get in trouble?
If you want to.
No one knows about it, but
Let's do the ESP. Skyhood Oblivion. This is the one I use.
Grace's cousin.
And install iHUD compatibility patch. Extra presets. What does this do? Cannot be found. Data. I don't need that one. Okay.
Scary.
Skyhood.
What? Snowflake. See, they say no two snowflakes look alike. But I'm wondering. These look alike.
Wait, I have to do something one more turn. I'm gonna do that tiny snowflake.
Yeah, Win. Just like Nesbitt said, shoot him a message on Discord. Perfect person to get all that information from. You got the mod author, the amazing mod author right there to chit chat with. You too, Nesbitt. I really appreciate you joining us today. Thank you very much. Get some rest. We'll speak tomorrow. Alright, I'm not using the pastel markers. Just whatever comes with Skyhud. iHUD, Gophers mod. Can't live without that. More HUD. Inventory edition. And Dear Diary. And A Matter of Time. Alright, we got a bunch of these up. Gophers mod. Oh, hold on. Description. Yeah, his is fine. And let's go to more HUD.
Where is it at?
Requirements. Files. Let's just make sure. Runtime 1.5.97. Bam. This one is also good. Let us get Inventory Edition. This one should be fine. We want the loose version of this. And then Dear Diary. Requirements. Sky UI. Okay. Bam. And A Matter of Time. Let me double check this one here. Okay. This requires Sky UI. No SKSE. Alright. We have these. These are installed. Get rid of them. Immersive HUD. Gophers mod always looks good.
Yeah, they are.
More HUD.
Strong, aren't they?
Double check that, yes. And the loose versions for Inventory Edition. This also needs the data directory set, yes. Let's move these up first, and then we'll work on Dear Diary. So iHUD. More HUD. I might not finish this tonight. Just FYI. I doubt it. I like to refresh. Dear Diary. So this has changed. This one got an update. This one's changed. I'm not sure if it's the same file size, but it says 32 from like 300 something. But I believe once you take some of the options, it raises that file size up a little bit. Is that one that hasn't been updated when console util? Hold on. Let me just double check. Hold on. There we go. We can take a look at this now. June 2019 requires SKSE. Yeah, you need the version for it. It enables Papyrus scripts to execute console commands. I don't think I was running this. Let me just check mods requiring it. Nether's follower framework requires it. Or, I'm sorry, it's optional. Required to allow a couple of options to work differently. Required for the script to work for Torium console commands. So this isn't really something you're going to 100% need. But as you can see, there are quite a bit of downloads and it does have a fair amount of endorsements. But it has not been updated since June. So...
So it's been close since the day the guy disappeared.
Yeah, it was crashing too much for me, Mel. And then after that dragon fight, you remember when I was taking the road back to Whiterun, and then I'm like, you know what? I'm going to cross the grass just to see if it crashed. And as soon as I stepped onto the grass, my game crashed. That was it for me. I'll tell you, I still use extensible follower framework, and I love it. That's the one I was running last night. I used AFT for one character briefly, and it reminded me how much better EFF was. Obviously, EFF is only on PC, so. All right, Mel. We'll see you in a little while. I'm gonna have to make another pot of coffee myself. This mine's pretty much cold at this point. But yeah, console util. What are we doing? Dear Diary. Install journal. Stats. System menu replacer. Yes, I like the non-transparent. Anytime you see this, I'll always take the non-transparent. I don't like the semi-transparent stuff. That's just me. Install mod configuration menu replacer.
Come on, Carter.
Did you give us some water?
Did I install the imps? I think I did. Yes, I did. Install map menu replacer.
Ready?
I did do this. Yes.
Go to mine.
Beige map
No.
markers. That
Go with mine.
I had no. No, I didn't.
Okay, you can put your shirt on. Go to mine.
Okay. Inventory. Yes. Non-frost fall and non-transparent. Yes. More HUD. Inventory edition. Yes. Non-transparent. Favorites menu. Yes. Favorites menu. No.
And no, I don't have my toes.
Yes. Non-transparent. I don't know. This is one I didn't choose last time. I selected no, but I'm thinking I may do the favorites menu. Because if you do the extended...
Do you guys think I can...
No, I think I'm going to leave this one off. This is the only one of this I leave off.
I'd probably do it. Let's see. Do you think I can
Book-
fit through here? Try.
I can.
Book menu. Oh, yeah, this is awesome. It's got the spyglass and the option. Yes, non-transparent. That one's...
And then Olivia go.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love that little aspect on the bottom there.
Olivia can't fit in
Lockpicking menu replacer.
I'll go to a different side.
Hide all UI.
I don't think Olivia's... If I could barely fit... If my butt
Yes,
touches
I like the
top of my
non-transparent.
Olivia's not gonna
What's
be
your
able to fit
monitor's
in my
aspect
bed.
ratio? 16:9.
Are you gonna try, Olivia?
How much you want to bet
Yeah.
that I won't be able to fit through?
I don't know if that was in
My
there
butt
last time. I
touches
think
the
it was.
top.
Install player stat perks menu replacer.
Get out. Oh, your turn. Okay. This is the one that you couldn't hold.
Extended UI.
Yeah, my butt doesn't. Should we sleep on your
Non-transparent.
table tonight? I fit. We're having a
You can fit Olivia.
We should have a movie theater down here. Back here.
This one here.
If you have Netflix, you could like hang up your chair.
I have my tablet. I was gonna yeah, you could like hang it up to something. And put on Netflix. I could put it like right here. No!
Guys, give me 1 second. I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. Alright, guys. I'm going to take a quick break for a minute. I'm going to go reheat some coffee. I'm going to put the message back up. I'll be back in about 15. So, you. Like Yeti? Okay. Looks like we're back. Alright, guys. Still in with still in here with Dear Diary. See if I can angle the mic a little bit more towards me. It'll sound a little bit better. So install the level up menu replacer. Like I said, I don't really care for the semi-transparent stuff as much. I like to have the nice backing. So I go yes, non-transparent to keep the level up menu nice. Okay. And then the sleep wait menu, same thing, right? Non-transparent. Message box replacers. This one's yes. Also non-transparent. Tutorial menu. Yep, these are all the same. Training is the same. The tab menu, I found this one to be very, very nice. This was a nice surprise for me to see, so we went yes with this. Main menu frames replacer. Yeah, this is so like when you do your load, your select your save games. Yes. Main menu background. That's that nice Skyrim background that you saw that I was using. If you want to use a different background, you would select no. I actually like this one, so I'm going to select yes there as well. I'm going to keep using that one. Replace the cursor. Yes, I like the smaller quill. It seems to click on certain icons better, and you can see the quill change. Obviously, the size here is normal, considering, but the small is more towards like what your square looks like now. You can have a pen, and then there are 4 quill options. I usually choose quill number 2, smaller, and then console improvements. I think I had none here. 60 FPS vanilla. Not paper. Vanilla. This is what I chose here. This looks a little bit different. I'm not sure if this is 100% updated. But install button arts replacer. This I had, yes. Loading spinner removal. It says do not install the button replacer. Oh, that's for no. Okay. Remove the loading spinner icon that appears at the bottom right corner after the game launch. Some have a tendency to remain there forever. So, oh, that's that right there. So I have yes. I had that removed. Finish installation. Yes. And that does its thing. It's a lot smaller than before, from what I've seen for the user interface. You could also see it would be under loading screens, menu replacers, etc. It's still considered a user interface mod to me, and then a matter of time. I can't play without this mod either. Load this up. Yes. And then activate it. Then just go check your plugins. Everything should be fine. If you're following along this guide, you should also have 16. You may have a couple more if they have ESPs. Obviously the map. But like I said, the weapons armor, we got rid of the bash patch level fix. We just hid that file. We don't need it. So more HUD inventory is going to be overwritten by Dear Diary. For the more HUD for just the inventory, you want that to be like that. That's right. So anytime you see like this red warning next to the lightning bolt, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It just means that there's something overriding it. Sometimes you'll see both the plus, like see how Dear Diary has just a plus. That means it's overriding this. I know that, but you could always check it by double clicking, hit the conflicts tab. The mod you clicked on, Dear Diary, would be this, and up top here it tells you the files, conflicted files are provided. It's not that it's conflicting, it's that it's overwriting it. So you're going to get the like I said, lowest mod wins. It's the same premise for console. Doesn't mean it's going to cause you an issue necessarily. It just means that you're going to see the one thing from the one, and it's going to overwrite the one from the other, and potentially vice versa. A lot of them you're going to see both. You're going to see some mods like Static Mesh is going to overwrite some stuff from the base game, and you're going to have a lot of stuff overwriting Static Mesh improvement. Let's go to the Yash guide to double check to see if there's anything else that I like to get. So high priority placement load order, RDO. Okay. Let's check this out, because this has been controversy for a little while. I'm going to install... I don't use the font replacer necessarily. What I use is a different one. It's called Font Overhaul. It's going to be this one, the natural typefaces of Skyrim fonts. There's Enderall's font, which is actually pretty nice. I like this one. You could take a look right here just to see. This is I think vanilla, and then this is the afterwards. So it changes it, but not to the point where it's so drastic. This was actually better if you sit further away from your monitor or your TV or whatever you're using to run it. I just find it's a little more clean, a little more clean. It's a pretty simple mod. Should just be the one file. The main file is what I use. It's almost 7 megabytes. And I think, what is there? There's an optional, the Enderall font patch. So if you were running Sovngarde patch, you would need this. If you're running the Enderall font and this one, you would need this patch. I don't have either of those. I just run the one. Looks good. Okay.
My mother said for me to call him sometimes because his wife is crazy.
Okay. Activate that. There is no plugin for that. Here's the question now. Let's go back to Nordic. I think there was one or two more. I don't use iActivate. A lot of people like this. I'm not necessarily a fan of this. I like what it does. I like the concept of it. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe iActivate is being used right now by Couch Warrior in the Unpledged series. The way he has it looks fantastic. But for me, in my personal play, whenever I'm using it, I tend not to want to use it. I have a certain way that I like to play. But definitely check out how the way he's got it going, because it looks fantastic. I just don't use it. Oh, the skill interface retexture. This is a great one. This is one that people were asking me about. This is SSIR is what it's called, right? Yeah, this is the main file. This is a great mod. I'll show you exactly what it does. We'll install it. It's got a nice full mod here for you. So SSIRT, right? So you go past the README. So it shows you your background, right? And you can see it change with each option. You could have none, irradiant stars, HDR nebula, irradiant stars by themselves, default stars with the HDR nebula, and the default background. I have the irradiant with the HDR nebula. So the perk lines, this is what changes, like the little lightning or lines comment. And I think mine was 3. Or was it 2? 2 is right there. 1 is that. This is default. This is 1. So you can see a change. Option 2 is that really electric looking blue. I chose option 3 just because it's a little less. 5 would be even more so, but I like 3. And then some of them look like laser beams. Then you get to choose the color. This is one of probably the best parts here. I like the blue. And then for your constellations in the background, default. This is the HD default. Option 1, option 2, option 3, and option 4. I think I have the HD default. The perk stars, what these themselves look like. Skirt. Giggity. Yeah, there's so many options with this one. Option 1 is the large one. Option 2, option 3, option 4 is massive. Option 5 is very, very minute. I had, where was it? 2? I had 2. I had this one here. And Dawn Guard, Moon and Stars. These are for your textures from Sky Gazers, Moons, Master, and Secunda. Has more stars for the background. Okay. I have the HD Secunda, more stars. That's me. And then this is the Vampire. This is for your Vampire Lord. This is the HDR Nebula. Nebula 2, which looks like it has a little bit darker texture shading on the bottom here. The Vanilla, and none. So I have the HDR Nebula, the top one. Thank you. Install. That's it. Put it up top under Font Overhaul. And check your plugins. There is no ESP for that one as well. Better message box controls. I think this is now redundant with Dear Diary. I'm going to check real quick. I think it is. Better dialogue control. I think you do still need this one. This will tell me in a second here. And it'll tell me when... Well, let me put better dialogue control in. Okay, we'll put these two in. We'll bring them both up, and then what we'll do is we'll test them above and below. But I think if it overwrites the one... So yeah, it's overwriting something. Refresh this. Better message box control. Yep, Dear Diary. So Dear Diary's already got this. So if I put this above Dear Diary, it should get the gray arrow and it should say redundant. So we don't need better message box control anymore. I think Rooster actually told me about that a while ago. It's very blurry. Let me see if I can fix that. Give me 1 second here. Go to the dashboard. What are my settings? HD. I don't know. You can only view it in 720p. I don't have it set any higher than that. It could be because of the blue. Does it look blurry on mine too? Well, I'm looking at the chat on my phone, so looks okay. It's better now. I don't know. I know some people have the option. I have it set to 720 because I found it's the best way that I use less resources, I guess, and the resolution still is pretty good. I think YouTube itself, if you do streams, sometimes it limits it. I haven't actually tweaked it. I don't know much about it. What else here? Lockpicking interface. Or Jay's. I think Jay's was the one that I was running with the remade skeleton key. Let me see here. Yeah, I was running this one. Just the 2K textures and not the gold skeleton key. I like the original. This is still considered core. Not loading screen yet. So this is like my setup before the setup, so to speak. What else does Nordic have that I want? Yash goes right into user interface here. Here's the question. Now, they have RDO all the way up here. I'm going to open this up because I would like confirmation about this. Here's why. This has been a topic on console for a little bit.
Hello. Hey.
Um,
How are you? Good. How are you? Good. Sorry, I'm late. I remember.
These are the voices requirements, compatibility,
Oh, dear Jesus. She told
full
me that
compatibility,
just a while ago. I said, like, you don't have enough to do, right?
open cities, EFF, AFT, installing and updating, load order. Alright, here we go. If you're unsure where to place RDO, or afraid it'll mess up your mod, further up in your load order. This will allow your existing mods to continue to work, but may cause a feature from RDO to not be seen in the game. Well, that would obviously be accurate. Where a dialogue correction made by RDO may not be carried over, this will not break. Load RDO after the following mods listed below. Begin. If you're using the AIO. Immersive Citizens. I only use Immersive Citizens if I run a completely vanilla game with no city overhauls. And even then, I see can tend to break on you. The main thing was alternate start. Includes changes made to these by conflicting with Live Another Life. There should be loaded after Live Another Life, so changes from both mods are applied. Should be loaded after the mods lifted above. load RDO before.
Was across the aisle from us. We were all-
So
Oh my
But
god.
they did fine up there. Carter, I said, Carter, you're
I don't
the
know.
baby. Where do you want to sit? You're the youngest.
Unofficial
You wanna sit
patch.
in the middle. Okay, so I said, you sit in the middle. They have
Yeah,
popcorn. We
CRF.
started,
They want it under
ready
CRF.
for,
So maybe it's right. I don't know. We had conflicting reports on this for console, but I guess this is what? This is still Cloud Truth, the mod author? Go back up here.
jammed up there. I don't think we would have made the movie, baby. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So we
Yeah.
went over there.
So
The movie to
the reason this was a hot topic was because this hasn't been updated or changed, and it doesn't say anything like that on the BethesdaNet site.
Sorry, I went right to the mall.
It just says must be loaded after alternate start. So we had some back and forth with this. This was honestly one I was going to leave out, but what I'll do is I'm going to place this above
I pranked you too.
in
I was pranking Kaylee.
user interface. There is a patch for EFF. I need the
Pranking her. And like.
cutting room floor
What did Bailey say?
USSE patch.
What?
Because I'm going to run cutting room floor just because I'm not going to be running the white run mod for exterior, but I will be running everything else. So I need CRF and I need the extensible forward framework patch. So these are going to need to be placed lower, which is why this mod normally goes so low. And to be honest with you, I'm going to delete this. I'm not going to add this till later because I don't trust it. Be it up this high. Let's delete it. We'll do that later.
Yeah. But
We'll do it later.
No, Lexi's staying here.
They're gonna stay here, okay?
Let's check out what Yash has for UI. UI extensions.
I got you blue.
Okay.
So there's 2 in here and 1 in
May 26th. This requires script extender. Let's look at the files.
We need
That's
that.
fine.
Okay.
You don't need that. Sorry.
No, we do.
As long as you have the script extender, you should be fine. This will be
That pie over there.
good.
Sorry, Margarita. I probably should have. I didn't think of that. They said they were making slime, so I.
Yes, no, they could, as long as they.
Yash
stay
has it
here,
above
they
the
can-
quality
I
roadmap.
don't know
Okay.
if they like making slime.
Oh my god.
Oh, I think they do. Do you have a good day, Tiger?
Under user interface.
Yeah, you look tired.
They thought he was gonna.
That makes sense.
park in the back. Oh, but then, no.
UI extensions of Ice Penguin World Map Classic.
Was he?
Yeah.
So you see how I go in and I change things manually? You can also, hit sort, but it tends to jumble these up. I'm never comfortable with it. Don't need that in the message box control. I could delete that. Go back up to the top.
Them for Lexi, but the ones I do are.
What else does Yash have for me?
What are you talking
Dynamic snow for map. We're going to leave that alone.
Yeah, what's your next
As well as the map markers.
Gotcha.
Sky UI colored icons. No, because we're running
He told me his.
Dear Diary. So they have their own.
Oh, really?
She couldn't find. No, it was there. I think she never just looked for it. Good.
Well, I didn't know it was there.
My girl never looked for it.
And then you could just check these between the two.
Oh, I like that. That's great.
And then, like, basically, we're like sisters. So, like, see, I'm a faded.
Extended UI. Did we just add that?
There's Lexi.
UI extensions.
You miss your mommy.
Allison.
I think he missed his mommy.
Yeah.
I'm making videos because some are bad.
I don't think that's one I've used.
Oh my god, we get a ball.
Notification overhaul, first person messages.
Like,
You know we have.
Also not one I've used. Clean menu,
if they're bad, I turn them right off.
out of HUD.
Yeah. Okay.
More immersive activations.
Why,
No, we're
something
good.
bad?
Okay.
Something bad comes up on this? What is this site?
What do you mean bad?
Like your wife?
Some people don't do them like.
Loading screen.
Like what's bad?
Like the.
Well, we're not really there yet, are we?
Well, I don't think you should be
Well,
on
Grandma.
that site.
Then I turn it right off. Say.
Parthenax Dilemma and Castle Volkahar Rebuilt. These also go up top.
Is it gonna be in here?
And what else? What else? What else?
They can't go on TikTok and they can't go on.
Oh, and then of course alternate start.
Oh, yeah.
Those two are out.
Okay. So we'll get Parth,
Two are out.
get Party Snacks,
Oh, no.
Both of them are.
Castle Volkahar Rebuilt. Grab that.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Grab alternate start.
Yeah.
Unless they're on the school website.
Live another life.
It says it on the school website.
And it's gonna be part
And
of
that's it.
your work.
Okay. So
Let's see.
that looks good.
You gonna be 4?
That also looks good.
Twice as old as a 2-year-old.
That looks good. Okay.
Hey,
All above your
oh, thank you. That was my first time ever making a
Was it
turkey.
really?
Yeah.
loading screen
Proud of you.
and your audio.
Yeah, right.
The alternate start in the right side, you will see this will continually be moved towards the bottom as directed. It needs to be very, very low in your load order. I don't use the new beginnings part of it.
I made a turkey. It was when I first made I think my first one or something. I left all the giblets and everything in it. I didn't even know that they were in the cavities.
And I let Race Menu handle this.
So, did it turn out okay?
Skyrim Unbound is the other option for alternate start. It is fantastic. Less patches. You still need to drag it to the bottom in the right pane.
So he's reading the recipe like it says.
It does need to overwrite most things.
Like the whole can in. It says ready for the loaf of bread in.
Tools for testing. I don't use the add item menu. I just use the console.
It was good, yeah. Well, the night before. we went
So they have
to-
music
we were
first.
in, Providence, and my brother came in from Florida. So there was.
So loading screens, audio, music. We'll do it that way. So the loading screen I use was
Oh,
So
wow.
that's a long time.
Did you guys all go, the whole fam?
Like 24 of us.
The Elder Scrolls.
That wasn't everybody, but that was a nice.
This one, I love this. I love this loading
We had a
screen
nice
replacer.
birthday cake for him and his
It is
wife. They both have,
fantastic.
They both turned 50 on the same.
You guys can
day
use.
in November.
Feel free to use your
So
own.
it was nice to see them. You know, it was nice to see
Um,
them. Tired?
You just get the full screen option. There's full screen with funnies. These are actually pretty comical. They do get old after a while, and then you have a small screen option, which you can see takes up half the screen. Full screens for 16:9 monitors. This one provides a shrunken loading screen, image slightly to the left. Can zoom and rotate it with the mouse. 16:9, 16:10. So I just take the first option there and install.
So much for taking them, and Corey, it was so nice of you.
Is that your hat over there, Becky?
And I place that under there.
Here, on the floor.
He was?
And now you'll see that this is now under alternate start. You don't have to keep dragging alt start under it, but eventually you will have to. Audio is next, and I already know where this is going to be. I am just going to run immersive sounds. I liked audio overhaul.
Of course they gave me, and
Um,
she doesn't live here anymore, and we don't see each other, and we're good. And could we have a sleepover?
There was just a little too much. There were tons and tons of patches for that.
Yes, messing with them. Yep. Well, thank you so much.
Okay, there's no rush tomorrow. I think we're gonna put up lights, so we're gonna stay home. We're not doing nothing.
Are you, Wind?
Kevin's doing that
Yep.
right now. He's like,
I was doing the same thing too. Another easy way to check too. Occasionally, just come up to the tools, hit refresh, right? And like I said, like with more how to inventory edition, you can see here that your diary is overwriting. You'll start to notice this more when you get down into, especially with textures
Yeah, yeah.
and
yeah, you still gotta come back.
things like
Go in, or-
weapons and armors.
No. 'Cause
And the textures for those, because the textures are usually inside that category. I'm not going to use all these categories, by the way. Some of these are going to be completely empty.
What time, June?
Like secondary textures and meshes. My main, these are like,
Want to break the other one?
like I said, this is a pre-made separators mod. But sometimes this doesn't matter. Your loading screen, usually, you would want it to take on audio, music, anything like that. But I found that sometimes it really doesn't matter. As long as you have it loaded, if it's only touching one thing, everything else that would modify it already touches it. It already gets to it.
You be careful.
But-
No jumping. And just take it easy down there.
I already know what I'm using for audio. So like I said, just ISC. And this one has,
Hurts and this hurts. I said, maybe it's
if you are running anything else, quickly just check
okay. Sleep
to see
well.
what any.
No problem.
Now these are mods that require this. These aren't requirements by this mod. I always check them just to see. This is only one file, compendium, SSC 2.2, but this is a large file. It's 216 megabytes.
To get extension
I'll let that download. It's,
We'll see you tomorrow.
yeah, almost 30
Bye.
megabytes a
Bye-bye.
second. It's taken me a little bit longer than it would have liked, but that's okay. It says a FOMOD installer. So your main files, yep. Weapon impacts. I take the less intense instant impacts. Semi-smooth equip. This is default. This is the fantasy. Ideal for stylized high fantasy. Smoother weapon draws, and this is a combination of these two. So. Bow shots, the twangy. This is nice. It's just a nice sound to it. Bow pulls.
And Molly, come here by the steps.
This is default.
I'm not gonna scream. Olivia. Molly, come here.
And to keep this on default. Arrow impacts. I keep high fantasy.
Come here, I'm only gonna say this once.
Weapon, extra weapon impacts, extra gory kill moves.
None of this slime.
Does what it says. I keep the other two off. You don't want the silent arrow projectile loop. That's annoying. Restoration option. I choose Templar. That's that nice sound that you guys heard me do when I was casting some healing spells. And Firebolt's the swishy is vanilla. Alternate would be more of like a, yeah, you see cannon like. I like that. Sounds more realistic. Creature options. I choose all these.
Okay,
You could read what they do.
you better be behaving.
Nirnroot I keep at high fantasy. The more wrestling heavy armor makes sense. And we're gonna touch on these. A lot of these are altered by your actual music mod, which is up next, so I leave that alone. Except for your summoning.
I know exactly.
These I absolutely leave alone. Then you're done. Gonna take a little while because it's adjusting all the files. Yes, Templar is what the enemy is. Death to all Templars.
We always had to answer. We had to answer already.
And anybody else that hunts the creatures of the night.
Yeah, every time there was I don't know how we did it, I can't remember. Let's say I got a 4. Right. Thank you for
Alright, so audio's done.
make sure.
If there's any patches or anything like that, you'll know.
Follow up on it. I know.
Music and sounds here.
Crazy, isn't
No
it?
BS.
Oh, yeah.
So this would be music here.
They take your blood, Joe.
Now they have it out of order.
So glad I'm out of that.
Well, I shouldn't say that. It's not out of order. It's in a different order. This one should be loading screens. All right, music. So let's go back to music here. Fantasy soundtrack project. I cannot play without this. It's one file. It is 337 megabytes. It is fantastic. For some reason, my screen is lagging. Loads are fine. Comes with the really short phone mod. I replace everything. I only want to hear this. Optional combat music, I want to hear its combat music. I don't want the non-replacer. I want everything to be fantasy soundtrack project. That's just me. Bring that up. Up. Under music. Activate. And then check your plugins. You can see alternate start, right? I like to bring it down after a couple. And then you'll notice the Bane ESP is above the combat. Just drag it back down. You're going to have to do that for some other mods. That's one of the benefits of sort, and it's also one of the negatives of sort, because that could throw this ESP all the way up the top and keep this ESP there. It might drop it lower. I like to do everything by myself, by manual. So we can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. Let's go back to... We did loading screens. We did audio. We are on main textures and meshes. So that would be large texture mods. Let's open up Nordic. Let's open up. Let's close these first of all because these are done. I try to keep them as closed as I can, but we'll keep those top ones open. All right, so base textures. So they're, see how they have LOD here first, and you'll notice your main textures, secondary textures, then your LOD. So main textures, secondary textures, then your LOD. So Nordic seems to be more in line with this. Performance optimized textures. This is one that I think I was talking about earlier when we started this. I'm not really 100% about using this. We'll take a look. Right. Now, I did load this once, and I ran TextGen and Dynalad, and my distant, well, not so distant terrain up here, like in the hills, looked awful. Kind of like how it looks here. To me, this doesn't look all that great. You could see the instant cut from your grass line. So I don't know if there was any tweaks done or if that's the vanilla and they're doing a comparison, but this right here, you can make all the grass appear with TextGen and Dynalad and some tweaks. I do like the farmhouse wood. This is a separate mod, obviously, but I just found that it wasn't necessary, so I don't use it. I used to use Skyrim Realistic Overhaul all the time. This was my main. Yeah, I'm into sometimes armors and the NPCs. Now I'm debating on doing another merge with the NPCs. I've been used to Wicco the entire time, but I may use all of them again and then merge. I don't know. I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to save Perma for another one. I'm going to run Ordinator again on this character. Because like I said, with the leveling issue I had, it's kind of tough. Kind of tough. And then having to run the patcher over and over again. So I think I'm going to save that for like a very, very small load order, like 120 to 150 mods and just that. But particles patch. Yes. I am running the EMB special edition. You're going to want this one, particles patch all in one installation. It's going to take you to Mega. The Mega loads. Particle patch for EMB, 25.3 megabytes, download it from here. You'll see it work up at the top there. And then you'll see it appear right down here like it does with everything else. Just throw that on your desktop. You can get rid of Mega. You don't need it. So we install this the same way. Go to Add a Mod. You will find the Particles patch for EMB on your desktop or wherever you have it stored. You always hit Manual. Set the data directory. Looks good. And install. It's going to take a minute. There it is. So this is going to be the very, very first one of main textures and meshes. And I like to keep this over here for now. Sometimes I need to reinstall this, but you see this is overwriting parts of Dear Diary, and it's for the menu fog. So the fogs for the meshes for the fog particles. It's the only thing. One overwrite, not that bad. Let's get back to the large screen here. Like I said, SRO, I'm not using it. Enhanced texture detail. This is one that was talked about a little bit. We'll open the link just to show. It does have options in the full mod to choose. UV mapping is 3D modeling processes of projecting 2D images to a 3D model surface. Well, not a retexture, and it will use your existing textures. There is a video. There are several videos. Forewarning, while greatly enhancing close detail and up close, the general look of your textures of these objects will be altered. So, if you're not bothered by close distance and close-up detail of textures, and you like how your medium distance and distant objects look, then this mod will not be of any help to you. But if you are annoyed by the constant smudges textures you see when you walk too close, this is very helpful. So when you're looking at something up close and you look down at it and you get that kind of like stretched butter over, like thin butter over bread look, that's what this does. 2 files here. You want the main, 315 megabytes. I don't add the lush trees option. I leave that alone. Those are the old files. Okay. So that's actually, it's actually lagging a little bit. Okay. Has a decent foam mod. Once it loads up. And we'll go back and we'll show the options here. So it wants you have a couple things to do using this. If you're going to follow one of these guides, I should say, most of the time the mods by themselves would be okay. But they have reasons for what they do. So your core files, and then these are some of the other options. So we'll go to here, and I'll put it I'll put underneath it so you guys can see. Core files are always checked. They're grayed out so you can't uncheck them. Install SMIM conflicting files. We don't want this because we're going to have other things overwrite it. Imperial forts, exterior and interior, yes. And then the mountains, the rocks, Markarth rocks, and bridges. And at this, all of them, we'll install the components in a single click. SMIM compatible. No, keep this at none. Go to the next one. The better shaped rocks, you know, the mountains in the game and the rocks in the game, the meshes of them are a little iffy. It depends on what you're going to run. Something like Majestic Mountains changes the meshes, and mods that retexture over those mesh changes. I want to say that I'm accurate by saying an example of this would be John Rose's new Granite Mountains, how he has a Majestic Mountains option in there. But if I'm wrong about that, I'm wrong about that. I don't tick it. Like I said, I just follow this. I haven't even really played around with it, but just keep everything else the same. You're going to be doing different textures for these things anyway. Riften's Ratway, you're going to have Windhelm. These are all going to get retextured from other mods. Just keep them out and install the mod. And you could watch it if you want to. Okay. Yep, they bring it back up right into the particle patch. Give it a nice little activation. You see the particle patch evens. I'm so OCD that anytime anything goes under Alt-Star, I tend to bring it down. That's just me. I'm a weirdo. Now you have a couple other things to do with this. Double click the mod. In your left tab, go to the file tree, which is right here. What's it want? Meshes, dungeons, caves. Drag the clutter folder to the mines folder. Meshes, dungeons, caves, right? Meshes, dungeons, caves. Drag the entire clutter to mines. So that's going to click this. This entire clutter folder here, you're going to drag to this mines folder here. So if you open mines, you see rocks and then nothing. After this, you're going to see mines, then you're going to see clutter. So you do this. Well, here, let me close mines. Bring this whole folder right to mines, just so it's on it like that. And then drop it in. Then when you open mines, you now have the clutter folder. Simple as that. You can leave yourself a note to tell you right here that you did it. Just type in like blah 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 blah. I did this. I did that. Once you hit close, it saves it. I don't do it because I already know that I've been doing it. This will overwrite, I think, the particles patch. Yeah, that's fine. So ETD is now installed. That seems harder than it is, but it's really not. Next is static mesh. SMIM. They want you to literally install everything. That's exactly what we're going to do. It's a large file. Mods requiring it would be better dynamic snow, high poly, but don't overwrite HPP with it. SMIM always goes as far to the top as possible. It's one file. This is Broombuck's original. If you're on console, there are better SMIM options, but this is the entire mod. This is almost a gigabyte. And for whatever reason, even though it's almost a gig, it seems to take longer to download than Noble, which is 2.4 gigs. I don't know why this is. It just is that way. Tim, I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't mod. I'm literally just sitting here munching on popcorn, and there's like hands of professional modders that I had to pay to kind of stand around me, and they're the ones doing all this shit. I just provide the voice. Oh, yeah, if I know what I'm doing, it's because I'm following a guide. I'm following directions here. That's pretty much all I'm doing. That's pretty much it. When we do get to the LOD section, though, I always go Ultra. There's only a couple things you need with this, and both these guides pretty much have the same thing. SMIM, where are we at? You're going to install, and you're going to watch it go. It's going to do its thing. So, oh, I am too, absolutely. I'm very particular, and I think that's why I'm never satisfied on a load order. Even like mid-play, like I was doing that character last night, I think I did 13 hours between when I started and then when I finished early this morning. And like I said, that last CTD with the grass, just, I mean, it just, that's why I ended the stream, but that's also why I knew I was going to rearrange absolutely everything. And update the game version and reclean the masters and do all that. Even with some of the mods that I may have had in there out, I honestly at this point don't care. It's going to be, well, I'm going to say this now. We're going to try to get it as minimal as possible. That's probably not going to happen in reality. Yep, I do the same thing. I nuke my games all the time. Skyrim is 90% modding, 10% playing. Oh yeah, install everything. Duh, right there. And it'll do its thing. And it will take the place of my overwrite folder. Come on. You're almost there. Overwrite's there. Okay, bring it back up. Right under ETD. And you'll see what it's overwriting. If you like to check these things to see exactly, I do this, I find myself doing this more now with certain things, especially when I have the plus and the minus on a particular mod. I like to see what it's touching and what's touching it. I just like touching. Giggity. What else do we have? What else do we have? We have, oh, we are still on textures, ETD, static mesh. The unofficial material fixes countless material bugs, dialing only the main file. Now, this page here has a bunch of files for separate things. This main file is for SMIM itself. These optional files are for these particular mods, if you run them. I will be installing these later. It's going to come from the same page. When I run Embers HD, I will take the unofficial material fix for Embers HD and place it directly underneath Embers HD. Same thing with Ren Shrines, and same thing with Stunning Statues, so they're the only ones that I use. But this one here is for SMIM. And you also have to make sure the name is the same. So, unofficial material fix itself, just double check it. You're going to have to set the data directory for this one. Put that right under SMIM. And then when you activate it, just refresh it real quick. Now you'll see this has changed. It tells you in particular what on static mesh it's touching. These files here, these meshes, levers, ruins, nor lever, pull chain animation. All these things, they all tell you right at the end. Wind, burning, blah, 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 blah. A lot of stuff. And then obviously particles patch 2, blacksmith forge. That's the mesh right there. Okay. So if you are curious, that's what that does. But there are also fixes as well. So that's why it's a good thing you have it like that. We can close that down. We can go back. Here's another one that was talked about that we weren't really sure if it was something that was needed. Why am I not looking at the SMIM spoiler? Hold on one second. Oh, I did. Oh, yeah, the spoiler, all it does is just tells you, it's not a spoiler, it's, if there's anything that needs to be adjusted, sometimes guides, I mean, it's not a spoiler, it just tells you what to install from this mod. With static mesh, you want everything. There is a light, same as Xbox One light. You have a very light option, then you have custom. I've never gone into that. I prefer just to have everything and then overwrite it with whatever I want, you know? But that's what that is. Ruins clutter. You want the second main file. Also has updated files, install them all. I believe Yashed also says the same thing. Nexus Mod Manager. This is, see, this one here says manual installation only. Even though there's a Mod Manager option, you want the second one here. File's a little bit larger. And then you're going to have update files. And this is going to be the first time you'll see me merge anything. Falmer Templar Chandelier. Main file is required. Okay. We're going to get this one. These are all small files here. The Ratway Wood Fix. Grab that. And the Ruins Linen Normal Map Fix. Small fix for the rung linen. For the normal map. If you don't understand what those terms are, neither do I. I only know some of them. RCI, I believe you install everything. Yes, and then we have one more step to do. So you can go custom, and then next it'll ask you what you want. If you really are nitpicky and you want to mix and match, you could do this. But you see there's only one page. So they do give you pictures of the before and after the subliminal traps. Runes clutter look like this, vanilla's like this, subliminals like this. So if you want the subliminal traps, you would check it. The RCI improved would be this. Ruins doors. That's vanilla, it kind of looks terrible. This is the improved. Let's go back. I install everything. And then we wait for it to do its thing. Okay, now we put this up top. Under that, and we check it. Now we check our plugins. Now, we have 3 updates for RCI. Since they are updates, and they are not optional or miscellaneous, they usually get merged. Sometimes they tell you, sometimes they don't. They also don't need to be merged. You don't have to do it that way. It saves space. If there is an ESP in here, sometimes it will say this ESP must overwrite the main file. Most mod authors will tell you that. This one doesn't tell you that, but I can tell you by looking at the file contents, you're fine. This one here, DDS files, this is just textures. It says it right here, textures, clutter, ruins. And you'll see .dds. For the Ratway Wood Fix, again, the texture for those. Falmer Temple Chandelier, and this is the meshes you see there. Anything that's .nif is a mesh. Tells you which one it is. So these can actually just overwrite the main. It's perfectly safe. So what you'll do is you'll go to install. You'll see the name has to be the same if you want to install. You could, if you want to do it separate, Falmer Temple Chandelier. You could do, I think this is whatever version it is. Runes Clutter Improved without the SE, if that's what you named it. or type like FTC for Fulmar Temple Chandelier or something. But if you want to merge it, you have to make sure the names are the same. So RCISE, RCISE, hit OK, or I'm sorry, hit manual. Manual first, set your data directory until it looks good, then hit OK. It's going to bring this up. Mod seems to already be installed. Do you want to add these files from archive, overwrite existing, or do you want to completely replace the existing files? Old files are deleted. If you hit replace, you're going to eliminate this entire mod and replace it with this patch, which will be null and void. So you want to merge this. Nexus Mod Manager or Vortex may say something different, but it should have a very similar style setup. I think the wording on it is different. Just merge. That's all you do. Nothing's changed. If you wanted to check the file structure, I think what was the chandelier was the mesh. So you'd want to see this file, o1.nif should be meshes. Furniture, I think it was. Hold on, let me double check. I'm never always right about this. Meshes, DLC, architecture, snow off ruins. Meshes. DLC, architecture. There it is, right there. That's it. That's how you know it was merged, right? That's if you really want to be nitpicky after you do each one. You can always go into the file structure and check. Same thing with the Ratway wood fix. Keep the name the same. Go to manual. Make sure the data directory is right. Looks good. Yeah. Do the same thing. You're going to merge that in. Not going to change. And then the ruins, linen normal map fix. These two were the textures. Data, textures. Well, you want this data directory right here. Looks good. And we're going to merge that. RCI is done, except you have one thing to do. You have to hide or delete meshes, dungeons, imperial, portcullis, small 01, the mesh after. So it tells you what it's supposed to look like. It'll say Mo hidden, like that. Mod for mod hidden. Let me go back here. And of course, it always defaults me back here. I hate when it does this. It's the problem. Okay. Large scale textures. Okay. Meshes, dungeons. Dungeons. Imperial. Portcullis small. Portcullis small o1.nif, not extended. There are two. Small o1.nif. So you want to just right click on it and hide it. So it says Mo hidden file. Close it down. You're good to go. It doesn't work. It's broken. That's what you're wondering why to do that. It is. Yeah, and it's not so much like I could never remember everything in my load order without having some type of guide. I have a ton of notes like sitting next to me in a small notebook for stuff that you're looking at here on screen. Yeah, I'm just reading Back Up Rooster from like 10 minutes ago. Minimal? Not possible. It's true. It's not possible. It's really, really hard for me to say minimal because then I go to these guides and I remember how it looked. And I remember what I liked about it, and that was pretty much it. RCI fixes. Just to allow us to install other retextures for, oh yeah, the enchanting table and bloody rags. So, gotta have RCI, obviously. One file. I mean, you can see up here how I get my, where's my rustic? Nice. See that? That's what it looks like. See the little smoke coming off the alchemy bench? It's there too, but watch the coloring. That's the mesh right there. It's more noticeable on the enchanter, which looks much better in my opinion. Right? These look clean. These are nice, but these are better. And of course the table itself. So we install this. Fix. And you do the same thing. It's already got the name fixes. I think 1.1 is its version. Yeah, it is. You don't need 1.1. Just keep it at fixes. Just make sure the data directory looks good. Set it. And this is going to go directly underneath. So you can see how, like, building this, this takes time. And then, of course, I like to refresh once in a while just to see if anything does anything. Obviously, runes clutter here. You saw the enchanting workbench, the mesh, vampire thrall feed. I don't know what exactly that is. From particles, patch EMB, and flower sack, 01 mesh. Regardless, it's a fix. It is a fix. It makes things look better. You could probably do without it. So that's probably what happens most of the time for me. I forget the one loadout I did. It was literally, this is back when I was off work the first time. It took me a full 3 weeks working on it daily, like as in 6+ hours each day. 3 weeks. And it wasn't even the biggest one I've ever done. And now I'm really realizing how wrong that just sounded. We're talking about Skyrim. Talking practice. RCI. Okay, you're done. Let's go back. Let's check the Ash guide. Right. So you see they have some similar things too. SRO. If you were curious about SRO, I'm going to pull this up for you now. I think I've done this before, but this is on moddb.com. So whether you go to either one, it's always going to link you right there. What you're going to do is, you see this up top, you're going to go to the files page. Hit files. Now there are 5 of them here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This top version is for Legendary Edition. You cannot use this with Special Edition. Ignore this top file completely. Unfortunately, you need Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, and 1.8 update. What you do is you would normally go to this, you would click on it, and it will bring you to a download page. Skyrim Realistic Overhaul 1.7 mod contains 10 gigabytes of high quality 2 to 4K textures, drastically increases quality while keeping artistic look of original textures. This is for special edition of Skyrim, but can be used, I guess so, right? So this one here by itself is 2.6 gigabytes. Let me back up a second here. Part 2, 2.51 gigabytes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Part 3, you are 825 and 69 megabytes. I do not notice the difference with this anymore without having this mod installed, because you have to have all 4 parts, especially the update. The update, where is it? Right here. Which is the smallest for 457. Right? What you would do is you would hit download. You would have a funny little commercial window or ad window pop up, and it would download off to the side as if you were manually downloading, because that's exactly what you're doing. I now forego this mod to go with the next mod, which would probably be Noble as a base. Sorry, I should specify SRO is a base overhaul, meaning it touches almost everything. I think pretty much everything in the game in some aspect or another, and then you would overwrite it with something. I just think it takes up too much space. It does not impact performance from what I've seen, having it or not having it. but I did install. I did a base test without it, and then I waited and I installed it, and then I did another base test with it. I didn't really notice a difference to the eye, and that's with. I also had enhanced texture detail, static mesh, and ruins clutter, but I didn't get into anything in the interior for anything in the ruins. But with just those, so I could see like the farmhouse rope, thinking that like maybe I'll notice a difference. I didn't notice a difference. Some people with a better eye than me might notice something, but to me it looked identical. When I added Noble is when I noticed a big difference. That's when I first noticed the difference. So something to consider. A lot of people again use it as a base, but this time again I am going to skip it. Let's just see what else Yash has. So they have the particle patch, enhanced texture detail. Theirs is the same thing, because a lot of them are done by the same person, who also does a lot of patches. Then you see static mesh. Now, this is where things can kind of become tricky. You notice static mesh doesn't have any additional warnings. Or I'm sorry, where is it? Yeah, right here. Important. Double click the mod in your left tab. Now go to the file tree tab. Hide the meshes, landscape, dirt cliffs, moss, and textures, clothes, wench. There's a reason for this. Reason is up top. By following this guide, you won't have the ability to add additional mods or remove the mods that are already included. Simply, there is no choice. Remember this before you start. Also, one not safe for work mod, which is Schlongs of Skyrim, I think. There might be a titty mod in there too, I'm not really sure. But Schlongs of Skyrim is in there. So there'll probably be no problem to disable NSFW content game. You get a really nice looking game. Exactly what they say is advertised is advertised. You get a fantastic looking game. They do give you a little leeway with some options, right? Like, for example, weather. Let's go to weather. Where is it? They have weathers here. Before you start, create the weather separator. So what they go is obsidian and wander, which means, remember, using the Ash guide, you have to go with, if it says and, you have to add it. Obsidian and wander and kinds, weather, and seasons. Then you go right to number 2, true storms. So you have to use true storms. Then the wonders of weather, which gives you the happy little rainbows. Morning fogs, SSC. I actually like this mod. So you see, you go in order. Then you go to your textures, which would be your cloud mods. And if it's an old RIM mod that requires you to convert anything, you have to do it using the Ash guide. Simply why I don't personally follow it to a T, because I've already got the Nordic, I already know what goes where, and I like to pick and choose. But I do use this as a reference. Let's back up. Base textures. Let's go back to this one again. Ignore this with static mesh. The reason they're having you do hide the meshes, landscape this, is because you're going to overwrite it with another mod. They're trying to minimize the overwriting of other mods so that when you're looking at your structure, you're going to see less of the yellow lightning bolt with the plus and the red signs. And you would normally see this lightning bolt here with the plus overriding the one above it. But this one below it would also have a plus, not a minus, for the one following it. Because they don't want as many touching as many. It's not going to hurt anything if you do. Just means the lower mod wins. Same concept as on the console. So I'm going to go right back to Nordic. Noble Skyrim. I'm going to go with Noble. Well, here's the question. Before I go Noble. Noble or Skyland? And I'm not using both. So before you guys ask, no, I'm not going to use both. Hi, Mel. Your phone's messed up? I'm sorry. My mind is messed up. Does that help? A little bit? Tiny bit? Somewhat? Hopefully? Skyland? Now remember, I'm not going to have any nobles, so I'm going to have to figure out architecture. I know John touches architecture with the cities and stuff like that, but... So Wind's only ever used noble. Okay. So that's... So Wind, I guess we could say 2 for Skyland then, huh? Since you've used noble? Alright. Fair enough. We have 2 for Skyland. Skyland's a little bit different of a setup. So you'll see me jumping around between category. Oh, here, I'll show you. Hold on one second, since you haven't seen it here. Skyland is John Rose's. We'll open a new link for it here. Now this is landscape texture. Actually, let me go back to the description. AAA quality landscape texture package consisting of individual handcrafted materials generated from programmatic textures. Why I couldn't read that, I have no idea. For some reason, Nexus is not showing the pictures anymore for a lot of mod authors. It's not just John, it's a bunch of people. So if you see these on here, I would go to the forums or the post, just say, hey, did you take the pictures down so I can see? Or but let's go to John's actual pictures because these stay up. Oh, this is a Skyland picture. He's probably using grass and he's probably using a tree mod, but everything is Skyland. He has blended roads included in this. This is his landscape. We also have alternate mountains for this, but mountains are included, I believe. Yes, they should be. John, yeah, he is amazing. Hold on one second. We got somebody at my door. Hold on one second. Okay, here I'm back. So yeah, so he even includes the most of the architecture, the statues, like almost everything in the game is done with landscape. But he also has add-ons as well. These are one of the mountains. Now he just came out with the granite mountains that you could use in addition to majestic mountains or by themselves. If you go to his, where is it? Let's just go to his page here. His user images. So these are his new mountain flower mods, Kabloom. It's kind of catchy. Granite Mountains. He's got a Highland Cows mod. Sacred Trees is gorgeous, by the way. It's a very underrated mod for the Gilded Green and the Elder Gleam. Ranger Weapons. This one doesn't get a lot of love. You should. He made a Starbucks coffee. I mean Skyland coffee. Skyland coffee. This is his Solitude. Just to show you. Now it's textures. Remember this. It's not city add-ons. He did all the textures for this. And if you're wondering, this is probably rustic windows. I know he uses that mod. And obviously he's got tree mods installed, but you're looking at the architecture and the textures here. This is what you're looking at, right? So this is his mod with rustic windows. Okay. And obviously lighting. But again, keep in mind what you're looking at is the architecture here and the textures, the stonework, the I forget what you call it, the dome. There's an actual name for that. Moss, the floors, the door I think was his biggest achievement on this. Let me see if we could find one of these. This. Oh, I'm sorry, the main door back there behind Inigo. This right here. I've never seen another Solitude door look this, or look this good. Any mod. I will pay somebody $50 if they could find a better Solitude door in a built-in pack than this for the main door. Yeah, his stuff's all created. He's done the tutorial videos. You guys have seen it, where he takes the pictures and everything. The woodwork here, I'm assuming, is from his Towns and Villages, which is the farmhouse mod. He has a farmhouse mod as well. Where is it? Where is it? Here, Towns and Villages. To show you. Get some nice new images up on the screen here. These are his woodworking. And the floor. And everything you see here. Everything you see is included in Towns and Villages. So wherever you go in the game that there is farmhouse wood, this is what you'd be looking at. So if I include this with TPOS 2, it's got John's handiwork and it's got Nesbitt's handiwork. I really could forgo Noble, and I can go all Skyland again. Which, now that I'm looking at it, I think is exactly what I'm going to do. Glorious Solitude doors. It's actually on the list, I think, Wind. Hold on. I think it's here. Hold on, I think it's here. I've seen it once, briefly. Oh, you know what? Here, we'll just do this. We'll just search. It should pop up on the list. Glorious Solitude Door SE or Replacer SE. I think it's this top. Well, obviously this one's got the... Well, no, they both have almost the same amount of downloads. They're both by Hype. Hold on. What'd I do? I messed it up. Damn. Okay, hold on. I had to take a look. Let's open this one. See, I need it straightforward here. Okay.
We will. I'm showing Kaylee something.
Okay, calm down.
Okay, what I like and what I don't like. I like the I like the knocker.
So this was my poster.
The architecture and the woodwork is nice. I'm not really sure what these are supposed to be. I'm assuming stone. The wood does look good. And it is a twin door. I don't know what this is. Maybe the mail slot? Medieval mail slot?
Oh yeah, let me show her our together poster. Yeah, let me show her that poster. Let me get it ready, Lexi.
I still think John's is better.
This is my saying. Free hand is the best hand when you're doing something.
I still think John's is better.
So I want to see this one, Chris. Side.
Either go with the kitchen or stay in here.
Let's compare.
Lexi, go in the hall so you can get it.
Hold on.
Don't look.
I'll try to get the best upfront comparison here. We'll move Towns and Villages out of the way so we can go back and forth. Now, I guess you have to kind of keep in mind that we're looking at John's Solitude as a whole. Like, these textures here are his. So I don't know if the mod author of Glorious Solitude Doors had any other stonework done or anything else like that, and you know why there was a guard there. I mean, I guess, you know, John's is better. John's is better. I'm not even saying that biased. Like, I give a completely 100% unbiased opinion on things I like and things I don't like. If I don't like it and you're a mod author and you're on our Discord and you know I don't use your mod, there's probably a reason, and I've probably told you. Not in a bad way, not in a negative, oh, your stuff's not good. It's just I prefer somebody else's mod over yours. Don't take it personally. You do great work. Somebody else does something I like. Personal opinion. It is subjective. Having said that,
It's more like your house here.
this was all meticulously. Well, I can't say they both were meticulously hand done. I haven't seen this. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff about this I like. A lot of stuff that makes me wonder. I question John on his decision to have these as large as he did. And this part up here kind of just fell into place. He had a different design, and I think when he was initially doing this, you weren't supposed to see how the wood is in the back there. I don't believe the wood was supposed to show through. The wood was supposed to stop on these rectangle pieces of the door here. And then obviously the bullet points here out in the center were where they're at. Like I said, the etchings, I guess, I don't know what you would call it, is beautiful. The fact that these stand out and makes it 3D looking is beautiful. I wish this was kind of more 3D than what it is, or added a little bit more rustic color to it. But the coloring of the wood is fantastic. I think the next picture shows that as well. Here, with the metal and the woodwork. Let's see if there's any other ones. How many pictures are there? There's 6. And are there user pictures? Because sometimes the user pictures are actually better. What is this too? I have to figure this out. Is this got to be a mail slot, or is this to check to see who's knocking at your door? This is what I don't like. I don't like this piece. I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is like. Let's take a look at the image here. Yeah, see, it's like it's too clean for what they were doing. This part here looks nice. If this piece here was as dark and it looked like this, it'd be nicer. This one seems like it's like somebody wanted to stain the wood with it. But then this almost doesn't match. Like there's no coloring to this whatsoever. The design is fantastic. The wolf for like the Solitude for the Wolf Queen, I would assume that's what they were using this as for as a reference. But I don't know. 4K. Legacy. Let me go back and read here. CL's reinforced doors, huh? I don't know. I think I'm gonna do. I might do an all Skyland. I've done Noble a lot. But I might go Skyland with Matthews. I don't think that's a combination I've done yet. Like for Matthews Trees. Obviously Skyland Landscapes. John includes snow, so I won't be using an additional snow mod. But I am going to use his Granite Mountains, the new ones, without Majestic because I do like them. Boy. Okay, this is going to be tough here. This is going to be tough. Let me check here. So they do use Noble as a base, regardless. Noble's then High Poly Project. Now I don't use High Poly Project. I don't particularly care for it. In either guide, it doesn't matter. Another good one too is Mysterious Dawn's HD Skyrim. To show you files. This is a complete overhaul. Obviously, probably ignore the trees. I think the trees look like Matthews, and these look like Reach trees, but I could be wrong about that. This is one that I'd like to see more of, but I'm not willing to set my game up with it, if that makes sense. It appeals to me on a level where I would like to see somebody else take this and build upon it and then like put up a bunch of screen porn with it, like all those nice screenshots, but I'm not the one to do that. Let me see. I think this is why, because of the wood. The wood is all included in there. The stonework seemed pretty solid, and like the rocks and everything like that, the architecture, you know, you're obviously building on the base game. Yeah, they're using Matthews because these are Matthews plants. These are snowberries here. So yeah, Mysterious Dawns. This is an interesting one. It's HD Skyrim overhaul. Let's see the file. All in one, highest quality, mid quality. This mod adds small touches to Riverwood, various clutter. So something like this might not be compatible with TPLS2, but these two definitely would. So you have one that's 1.5 gigabytes, and you got one that's almost 650 megabytes. 2K, bridge detectors included. I'd go for the high quality. If I was going to use this, I'd use the full quality. That's just me. That's what I would do. What do you mean? Mel, what is it? Yeah, Wine Dave's landscape's pretty good too. That's one that I was just using yesterday. I was running his landscape. To show you that too, we may as well. I could. This may turn out to be a mod showcase of other mod authors. Let's go to users. Search Wine Dave. Search Wine Dave. Found 13 results. What am I doing wrong here? Hold on. Giving me more porn. There's too much porn on Nexus. Search. Okay. Yeah, this is his landscape. The one I can't pronounce that begins with an S. It requires... So you are aware it requires Northern Shores by him. It requires Hyperbian snow. Okay. So if you're using his landscape, make sure you have those other two. And this is his landscape mod. Quite nice. Quite nice indeed. This is the one that I was just running. But you guys did see the issues I had with the snow. So, again, yeah, coming into Whiterun right here. He also has a Whiterun cobblestone moss patch, or not a patch. It's a mod. Let's go to his page. I think was I on his page? I was on his page. Duh. He's got a mossy Whiterun wall here. The stone floor redone. This one here. This one here is fantastic. So when you're coming into Whiterun, remember I was showing you guys, I think this was a couple characters ago, you get the nice moss on the inside. That's what it looks like. It looks fantastic. Obviously in the streets, it does everything in the street. It's everywhere. It is everywhere. Right? The moss. And if you remember from his landscapes too, when you look at it really close, it's very detailed. But blended in with the cobblestones, and it looks like he's running Matthews as well for the plants, because that's what's going on here. So you could have a nice mix of things. Add in a nice Gilder green. Is that... Oh my god, hold on. Heimskir's flying. Everybody look at Heimskir. He's flying. Skyrim 2016. Yeah, that's basically what it is, mod porn. Heimskir is, he's stuck in animation there. That's actually pretty clean for Whiterun. Normally I like Whiterun to have a little bit more, but you could see very minimalistic on the flora. Not a lot going on, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. But we're really, I mean, this here is really for his mossy stone floor, which is all right here. And on the other side too, but that's harder to see. How many more pictures? That's all the pictures for this one. What else? His mountains are his best work, arguably. The UFHD mountains. These are also some of the best I've seen. Mel likes bright, pretty, and shiny. Yeah, these are pretty good. These are nice. I went with the 4K last night, and I absolutely think the 4K are great. He's got an 8K, which is doable, but you know, size. how much you can run. Is that the biggest he's got? Yeah, 8K. The Majestic is the one you would want. You would want the Majestic because it's got everything in it. It's got meshes, textures. I think the textures, where are they? The moss? Yeah, moss rocks. So the moss rocks are included in the textures. The dark green, moss, and moss NDDS. Dark green DDS, yep, the moss textures. So yeah. Yeah. RCI. Alright, back to this. I don't know what I just did. I did something. I did a thing. We want blended roads first. Yep, okay. Wow, okay, click on that open link. Blended roads. Files. I'm not going to use the medieval bridges. I'm going to be running TPOS2, so Nesbitt's bridges. YAK? No, not necessarily, Dumbbell. Think of it like this. You're taking, let's just say you did mountains in 1K, right? So you're stretching that texture over that mesh, over the mountain, right? Same with the 2K. Why the 2K is going to be better. So if you already know this, is that what you were asking me? 8K, because it looks freaking amazing. Better headroom, giggity. I have one of those rooms in my house. I know it was. That's why I said it. I'm an asshole. Blended roads. My voice is starting to go. God damn it. What am I doing here? Oh yeah, downloading blended roads. I think John has it in here, in his, but I'm not sure. We want really and really. And we'll find out in a second because his is actually next. Landscape texture overhaul. I like to compare it to the Yash guide. I think they have it in different spots. Oh, Yash doesn't even have it in there. They have Mysterious Dawns. Like I said, they want you to use, well, they have Mysterious Dawns as one. And then you would obviously be hiding all of these files just to use this one to hide all these files. Just to use North Shore to hide these files. HD Lava. So you could see how that gets a little tedious, right? That's why you spend so much time with the Yash. Yash has a really good setup. Oh, you're welcome, Mel. You're going to the store? Yo, get me some licorice, please. Peas and spank you. I want licorice. I don't know. I was going to put 8K on my mountains last night. I put 4K on. I don't even have a 4. Well, no, I guess my monitor is 4K. Could handle 4K. I'll put 8K on there. I'm gonna put 32K on from TLS. I'm gonna put TLS everything on here with an FPS improver on my console that I modified. You don't like licorice? What? Ren? There's a chocolate licorice. There's the traditional, which I think is supposed to be like a strawberry flavor. There's the cherry is one of my favorite. But I'm a weirdo, and I like the black licorice and the root beer. I don't know why. Always since I was a kid. Now, Win likes the red. Wait, hold on. Am I reading that right? Oh, you don't like it unless it's red. Okay, so you do like the red. Yeah, I like the and that was my my grandfather got me started on the black licorice. I don't know why. Just something. happened when I was a kid. I liked it, and I've liked it ever since. I like them all. Man, I'll eat pretty much anything. Let's go back to Nordic. So yeah, we'll do a Skyland. We'll do a Skyland TPOS2 setup. That's what we're gonna do. So we'll grab John's landscape.
Where'd they go?
And I've done this before. You can see the size of it. 1.1 gigabytes. If you know, for those of you playing on console, you know that that's not the file size. Even for the balanced version, which is the larger file size, I think it's something like 600, 700 megabytes. This is 1.1 gig. This is fantastic. Alternate mountains, dirt roads, these are all optional files. Not compatible with blended roads or any mod that channel. Blah, blah, blah. We're not going to take the dirt roads. I like the blended roads, but I think he may have blended roads in here. Let me see. It would be under meshes, maybe. No, this is all textures. Mines. Oh, okay, awesome. Beautiful. Skyland LODs. This LOD follows for need to run OScape to generate these. Don't run any mod. Manager organizer may conflict with your map mod since you won't be able to see the roads. Maybe. Alright. I think he's got the LOD inside of his texture because when I ran all the Skyland stuff, I had those nice pictures of the map. I believe they are John Rose's doing. He likes to make sexy maps. That means two things. I still have a whole bucket of popcorn here if anybody's wondering. Yeah, Mel, for console, he did an AIO. Yep. Not for PC, but for the console users. It saves you right around like 400 to 500 megabytes. Let's see if I can pull it up here real quick. Xbox One. All in one right here. So for just under a gig, like he just made the cutoff, right? For under a gig, it covers everything. And the landscape LODs and the object LODs. Everything's in here. You're getting Markarth, Rifted Solitude, Whiterun with the cobblestones, Winterhold, road signs, including the cutting room floor. Or including cutting room floor. I had the feeling he means to say road signs including Point the Way because there's a Point the Way patch with the road signs mod. Standing stones, Dark Brotherhood door, stock, all this stuff for less than a gig for the console. And you could see how it's been very well received. Very well received. Anyway, Skyland's done. Just make sure you set data directory since John doesn't do it for you. I won't be taking any other of the options on that page because I will be... Yeah, remember, like we just used to use the Skyland 1K. Remember when you had the 1K and the blended? And since I don't have an Xbox One X model, I have the One S. There's no real reason to have the larger file. Just the 1K was fine. I didn't notice anything. Aside from saving a shit ton of space. And just refresh this. So you can see Skyland's overriding static mesh, blended roads, and that's it. Beautiful. Okay, beautiful. Skyland Ore, and these are the other ones. Ore, Tamriel Retextured HD pack. I don't use it. I do use the 3D Ice Flows. These are by Mathy. These are great. These are just meshes, I think. Yes. They're size full meshes. I like them. They look nice with John's ice textures. So Matthews, you also have to set the data directory. Just make sure. What else are we doing here? What else are we doing? And Sea of Ghosts 3D. Ice flows. That one's hidden. Mod not found. So if you ever see like that deleted at Skyrim Nexus, that means the mod is either hidden or it's deleted or it's just it's MIA. Mysterious Dawn Skyrim landscape. No, we're going to use John's Solstheim landscape overhaul. Normally I would use this, but John covers. Rooster showed me Realistic Water 1 that you need Realistic Water 2 for. Hold on one second. I will grab this. For PC.
Everybody stop. What do you have?
Nothing.
Come in here.
Lexi has
Right
a
here.
blanket.
Realistic Water 1, 4K EMB water. Requirements. Realistic Water 2 and the unofficial patch. So make sure you have Realistic Water 2. There's only a couple images. Remember we were doing this test, guys? Remember the split? No more of this on water. Right? See that shit? That's unacceptable. And the water looks like this. That's also what it looks like. Tell me that doesn't look good. I don't know, Rooster. Could have been somebody, right? Couldn't have been somebody else. People send me random weird messages and I wake up and... you know. I have to stop eating this popcorn. Water. More water. More water. It's 6 of 9. But yeah, it looks pretty good, especially with the sunlight having a nice reflection on it. You can see under the bridge too with the sun hitting it there. You do see the large, the linear reflection. And then obviously in the shade of the tree, that would be this small area here. This looks proper. Again, the sun would be more direct and open over this side. Looks good. There's a better shot of it. Even up against the landscape on this side. This side's a little harder to see, but this side you could definitely see it. And that's pick 9 of 9. Yeah, so that's right there. It is called Realistic Water 1, all one word, 4K EMB water.
Kaylee, get up here. You get out.
Fixes errors with some seams on land or landscape bugs. If you don't have the splitting issue or seams errors on waters and landscapes, then this is not for you.
Molly, get up here.
Hold on one second, guys. I have to put this on mute. Hold on one second. Okay. Hopefully that's working now. All right. What am I doing? What am I doing? Let's get rid of that. We'll get to that later. That's going to be more towards the bottom with Realistic Water. What I mean, are we sure it's not me? Oh, hold on. I have to reread this. We know. Insert Dark Brother in hand. Well, Mel, you're in Compton. Of course you're going to hear a gun. Yeah, someone just... he just literally just said that. It's definitely not me. I'm on the other side of the country. Oh, that. Yeah, they're all in trouble. I was never like that with my friends. We were always good. They just don't listen to adults for some reason anymore. It's a freaking shame. All right, Solstheim is covered by the Skyland, so I can forego the landscape overhaul. Forgotten Vale, ice textures. This is an LE mod, but it does look really good. This is with the mod here. This is before. Okay. This is what you get vanilla. This is with the mod. So you can see they've textured the ice. Okay. This is vanilla. Okay, with the water flow and the frozen water, you can see up here kind of looks like it's drawn. This whole section here, all of it, right? And this is with it built in. It looks like it's hanging on the rocks a little bit, but you can obviously see the texture difference. This is before. This would be vanilla. I guess this is right where the dragon fight is with the twin dragons. And this is afterwards. So you could see both of them kind of make sense. But I see the difference, and I like to use this one. And again, that brings you back to the beginning. There's only, like I said, there's only 6 pictures with this. I like this one. Because it is LE mod, just, make sure it's all textures. There's no meshes that you have to do any conversion for. And it's a small file. It's 10 megabytes. For some reason. Okay, there it is downloaded. We will go to data. We'll set that, and boom. You could ignore the warning on there. And let me just check my plugins. And drop alternate start below Blender Roads. OCD kicking in. London got put into lockdown last time, huh? Oh, are you talking about you guys are, yeah. Ren, like we've noticed like a major influx from like I guess you want to say like the Eastern European, but not all of them, not necessarily all the countries. But I mean, the ones that we've captured, I mean, and they're not necessarily the lucky ones. The lucky ones are the ones that we killed. They're fortunate. They don't really want our government, interrogating them. It's like the last thing on the planet you'd ever want, interrogation by the U.S. government. But we've noticed like an influx of them from like the Netherlands and Eastern Europe. Not so much, but that sucks though. That's scary for everybody.
The 3 of you, I'm telling you right now, don't ever do this again. You don't.
And I hope everybody that's living there is okay.
Just pick those carpets up and put them in again.
All right.
And if
Blah, blah,
any
blah,
of you ever do this
What
again,
else do I
God
use?
help me.
Just ice, optional.
Were you involved in this too? Yes, you were.
All right, guys, give me 1 second. I gotta take a 15-minute break here. I gotta put a "be right back" message up because they're all. Alright, mic seems to be back on. There we go. Alright, blah, 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 blah. I should be coming back on for you guys in a minute. Peach pie. Peach pie sounds good right about now. Only one I had so far was pumpkin. There's apple that's in there waiting for me. Yeah, definitely gonna do some apple later on. Alright, Forgotten Vale, the ice textures, just them. Just ice is optional. When I looked at this, I liked it, but there's also something about it I didn't like very much. This is vanilla, just ice up close. That's this mod here. This is vanilla. This is the medium. Looks like my phone is blah, 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 blah. I don't know what that is. Oh, other YouTube stuff. I'm getting YouTube updates. We can ignore those. Oh, rating at Apple? Awesome. It always looks wet. That means two things. Now I can't concentrate. It does look good. John includes ice in his landscape, I think. Let me see. I'd have to double check really quick for the files. Since it is a texture, this is clutter, this is dungeons, this is caves, mines, effects, the grass, the rocks, grass, trees. This is dirt cliffs. I could ignore that. Oh, maybe not. Mountains, roads, snow roads, static mesh. These are the Spim cave, dirt cliffs, mines, landscape. This is DLC, volcanic. Maybe not. Maybe we will use this one. Alright. Maybe I will use this. Let's take a look at the files with this one real quick. What's up, Mr. B? I am going to install the 2K textures. I take that back. I'm going to install the 4K 2K hybrid for this one. 2K is recommended. Alright. Well, we'll do the 4K 2K. Why not, right? Why not? Good file. Just like I said, make sure it looks good. Make sure, you know, you could see what's in there for the landscape. Ice lake, ice surface, those are textures. Then for your landscape, you see what it's got there. Ice flows, glaciers, frozen marsh, ice. Okay. Oh, it's already set. Duh. Hit OK. I have a tendency to do that and then have it revert on me. So we'll go to there. Let's go back here. We're not going to be using anything else. Now, where I separate these here, go back to MO2. Secondary textures would start with things like the Soul Cairn or Strongholds. Some of these, you'll see the ones for ruins, caves, and mines. You could do that differently. You could start the secondary with underground, things like this. I'm going to be forgoing underground for John's just because his Nordic ruins. Although you could have underground as a base and overwrite it with other things. So I'm going to keep going with a couple of these. We're going to start the second category with, well, no, we'll do the main category still. We'll start the second category with the ruins, caves, and mines. So Soul Cairn HD is an absolute must for me. So is Sovngarde. I don't use the Spice of Life or Strongholds. This is a popular one, though. Let me just show you guys a little bit about this. With some pictures. So you can see what it looks like. Afterwards, it looks like that. This is before. This is after. This is why I don't use it. This is the before. This is the at. It's a little too. I don't know what the word is. To me, this looks better. The door looks great. This is the new furniture. So it touches the interiors of these. One of the reasons why I don't run Spice of Life. Obviously, Soul Cairn makes the Soul Cairn look not purple. It actually looks like, I mean, you got a little bit from the sky and the soul crystals, but it just makes everything, like the Soul Cairn is probably the least favorite place for everybody to visit. Right? So, what's that one? Is it Glorious Glaciers, Rooster? Hold on, let me take a look at that one. Well, let me get this installed first, and then I'll go back to Glorious Glaciers. Soul Cairn HD files. I do 2K. And then there's an update file for it. The matching bone textures for the ground, right? You could just overwrite the main file with the update file. It's less than 3 megabyte size. So you want 2K. Make sure it looks good, yep. Then the update. Keep it the same name, make sure it looks good, and then merge it. Okay, so you have it all in one file here. Put it under just ice, activate it. Sovngarde. This is what you're looking at, right? Sovngarde's its own world space. All the textures are in here. The bones. They look quite good. The Watcher statues, right? These are very popular. These Nesbit uses these a lot, and a lot of the TPOS content. Obviously, the interior of the halls. The doors are massive. I mean, if you look at this is a massive hall. This is just a fantastic mod. Absolutely fantastic. 2K, 4K. Again, I go for the 2K. And I think with this one, I'm pretty much going to do everything 2K. Only a couple mods do I ever really go 4K or larger. When we get to those, I'll kind of tell you why, and then so Soul Karen. So let me go back to Roosters, what he said. Glorious Glaciers, T4G. Right there. T4G does some of the best work I've seen. That Underground mods is his. There's a lot in there. Natural version. I want to say, I don't think I've used this one yet. Fantasy version. So if you compare the natural to the fantasy, this is the fantasy version. It does look nice, doesn't it? This is also the fantasy version here. This is the natural version. Oh, we're back to picture number 1. Rooster, what else do you use this with? I'm going to read what it does. The vanilla ice meshes and textures. So this is just for the glaciers. First is natural. Designed to fit to snow as good as possible. Trying to look as believable. I'm going to go with if I use this, you can install any file with my preferred post-processing settings as an option 2, but you shouldn't use it with an EMB. The ESP files are flagged as ESL, the fantasy version. Okay. I'm going to go with the natural so I don't have to really worry about this. I believe it's going to be in the foam mod. Yeah, main installer. 108. So, ice flow mod. So, recommend removing just ice then, I would assume, right? And go with this one instead. Covers way more. Let's see what the mod says. Natural fantasy. All right, we're going to do natural. It's got the post-processing ini. All right, so here's the question. It says, be careful when using ENB. Well, I'm going to be using an ENB. I'll have to take a look at the ini. Ice flow. Ice flows are right there. I'm going to put it under just ice for now. I want to take a look and see this. Refresh this. So just ice is being overwritten by Glorious Glaciers. And then if I move it above, should be the same. Yep. And Skyland. Well, Skyland has its own. I don't know. I think, well, if I'm going to do this, I'm just going to use Glorious Glaciers. I don't think I have a need to use just ice. I'll take that off. Remove it. And then the Forgotten Veil. These are separate. Version 1.1 available. This is version 1.1. Hold on. Since there's an update there. Open and explore. Ooh, wrong one. Sorry. File tree. Oh, maybe I do have to. There we go. So that is version 1.1. Yep, right there. That was the old file, 1.01. This is version 1.1. This is the one we downloaded. Sometimes that stuff confuses me. Okay. So we'll go with that. We use Matthew's Mesh, the ice flows, and then Glorious Glaciers. Forgotten Veil textures are... So this should only overwrite Skyland, I think. Maybe SMIM. Nope, just Skyland. So we're getting the ice rocks. Okay. Glorious Glaciers was never one that I've used before, but we'll try it. Detailing the Eldritch, absolutely. This mod's fantastic. high res, I go with the main file. This is an LE mod again, but this is just the textures. And make sure you set the data directory for this, and you're done. Shouldn't have any conflicts with this one. All right. I don't install things like the Fulmer clutter. Like I said, I'm going to try and skim this down a little bit. Fulmer texture overhaul. This is Fulmer clutter. Stuff's already been covered by SRO. Like I said, some of this stuff to me isn't really necessary. Or maybe it's the weapons one. Hold on. The clutter texture. Well, maybe I will add this. Hold on, I don't know. I wonder if this is covered by something else. This is before. This is the red cloth. I'm sorry, that's this version of it. And then this is the red cloth version. I have used this before, and I do quite like the red cloth version. And then obviously, this is default. These are the little hidey holes the Fulmers come out of. Okay. So you could see a difference here. I don't know, I might use this, I might not. I don't know if they are covered with other mods. Let's go back and check. Fulmer clutter texture. These have already been covered. Well, we're not using SRO, so let's take a look at some of these here. So some of these are, yeah, you can see comparison. This is the default here. This is the modded. This is the default on the right now. This is the modded. You could see a difference. And this is pretty obvious here. This is base game default. This here is modded. Same thing here. This is base game. This is modded. Let's look at the files here real quick. Just the one. Textures replace the hideous Fulmer huts. Fences, Fulmer bones, totems. So this is 4K. Clutter. I'm just going to use the texture overhaul. And latest update added the fall. So the totem, this is all included. Now you see with these optional files, you overwrite the main file with this. I'm going to go 2K. Okay. Like I said, I'm trying to keep this one a little lighter since I'm using all the Skyline stuff. And I'm also going to use the 2K red cloth. Overwrite the main file with this. So this one, I believe you have to set the data. Yes, texture. Good. And then we'll just take the red cloth, keep the name the same, set the data directory, and then you just merge it. So it's right there. And activate. Okay. You also notice that Glorious Glaciers is an ESL. This ESP is flagged as an ESL. It adheres to the ESP loader, but the records will be loaded in ESL space. If you notice up top here, we have one ESL. This one. Okay. Downloads again. All right. What else do we have? Cave ceiling glow. I ignore this for the most part. I like it. Not going to use it this time. It's, you know, Wind, I'll tell you. It may seem that way, but trust me when I say it was definitely not that easy for me. I was so intimidated. Even the first time I looked at a guide, I probably scratched my head for a good half hour as to, like, what do I want? What do I need? This is coming from console where I knew my 150 mods intimately and what they were going to change in the game. And I also knew that I could run 150 mods on an Xbox without crashing. And I knew they all worked together with each other. And without even a stutter in the game. This is completely different because you're going to wind up running a lot more than that for the most part. The guides are really there just to kind of show you. You see Northern Shores here. This is Wine Daves, which you have to use with this landscape and the snow. So they're all together. But you see they still have some of the same Apply filter to show conflict, spice of life. Again, why I don't. So this now starts on your ruins, caves, and mines. This is going to be secondary textures, I think. Unless it really does have its own category. Hold on. Let's leave this open. Just to see, I'll scroll down. Statues, stone objects. Do they have their own? Textures for metals, banner, large-scale creatures, weather, survival, secondary gameplay. A lot of these are gonna change. We'll go secondary texture starts with underground. So retextures for caves, mines, forts, Dwemer and Nordic ruins, and the Ratway. If I'm gonna go all Skyland, well, I'm still gonna use the High Hrothgar 3D steps. I'm gonna make sure I download this. This is just, I believe, a mesh for them. I could be wrong. Oh no, there's some stone textures in here. Couple. Mostly the meshes. All right, I'll leave that one up for now. This is T4G underground. T4G makes some of the best mods. This is all texture overhaul. Tells you exactly what it does. Doesn't cover clutter. Suggests runes clutter improved. Also want to suggest relighting Skyrim. Okay. He also did Majestic Mountains, Blended Rose, and Terrain Lottery done. So you can see how talented he is. I'm assuming it's a he. I'm not really sure. I think everybody spoke of T4G as a he. Awesome. No, I'm glad that you're, yeah. It's not so much like I'm telling people how to mod properly. This is, like I said, this is just how I set my stuff up. But if it falls in the category of any type of guide in a way that is helping other people, I'm happy with that. This is something that I've been, I started obviously by myself. I had a little help at the very beginning from John Rose. And then obviously when John was working on his own projects, he wasn't readily available. And then, I came across some of the guides. I hadn't seen any of the guides yet. I obviously came across the Nordic guide first. I came across Pred Caliber's guide first just by doing a YouTube search at night for Skyrim load order PC. I think that's how I typed it in. And his was, I think it was up there, it was like the second or third selection. And I think I watched like the first two and then I got to his. And then I saw that he had a website. So then the next day when I woke up, I went to the website and I brought up the video, kind of like you're seeing, like I have, Discord's here, my dashboard's here, and then I brought up his website here. And he had stuff like this linked too. So it definitely helped me. That was like one of the first guides I think I used. Oh, I'm glad it does, Ren. And you get to see a couple different things. That's why I put the two of them up. Like I said, I'll go back and forth between the Ash guide and Nordic now. And I usually keep the two of them side by side. And then you'll see me take some mods from Yash and like say a Midian-born Caves and Mines. This is a new edition, but it's from LE. So if I want to take this one, if I want to use this with something, right, I can go here and look at the pictures. There's still a lot of LE mods that are not on Special Edition, right? And some of them are still much better than what we have on Special Edition. Obviously, some things about this I would like more than other mods, and I would like other mods more than this in other areas. So, but that's a Midian-born. This tells you what it does, obviously. The changelog is down here. They have a whole different file, like a structure of how to, I guess, like read the main description page. The files are pretty much the same, I would say. You can view the file contents, but there's your textures. That's all it is. It's just textures for a medium board for caves and mines. So you could do like a mine and cave mesh and texture mod to get the better meshes, and then overwrite it with this, since this is just textures. I think rule of thumb is you always want your meshes first and then your textures. Yep. But here's the question now. So underground does, hold on, let me go here. So this is caves, mines, forts, Dwemer, and Nordic ruins. Well, John has Nordic ruins, which would take that one. John's got the Imperial forts and dungeons. So that would be forts. I don't know if he has a caves. We may use this. We may use CC's caves down here. Where is it? Right here. Let me just. That's why I said I wanted to just check with John's. We'll see what Skyland itself covers. Again. This is why I have to keep going back and referring to what it does and it doesn't. Which means I have to look at the files. Which means I have to go through this. So this is texture clutters. This is... So he's got... Oh, he does have caves. Cave rocks, walls. So Skyland base has caves, mines, effects, landscape, grass, grass rocks and the snow rocks, tree, stump dirt, cave ground dirt, coast, water dirt, forest stuff, glaciers, mountains, pine forest, river bottom, roads, dungeons, landscape, DLC, right. So he does do caves. Okay. So we may not need it. I think for this one I may keep T-Force out. Oh, hold on. What am I reading here? Guide helps with that. Not always, but mostly. Yeah, like if a mod doesn't necessarily say, see, that's why I have to go back and forth, and you guys, you'll see me opening the file structure itself up like this. That's just so I can get an idea of what folders are in there, which says preview file contents. Now some of these are BSA'd up, where you'd have to take where is something like BAE, Bethesda. And you would just drag the BSA in here, and it literally, as soon as you drag it in here, it can open up the folders that are in there and tells you exactly what's on there. Loot will figure out conflicts. If I were to... Oh, I didn't install SKSE. Hold on a second. It's a good thing that I started to do that when I went over here. I was going to run loot. I don't have SKSE installed. New executable. Hold on one second. Where's my binary for SKSE? Should be in... Ooh, hit the wrong thing. Purge. Special edition. SKSE loader. Right there. Use the icon for shortcut. Okay. So that should put SKSE at the very bottom. Okay. Loot. I only use, like, loot will sort them for you, right? If you tell it to. If you just run loot by itself, it'll tell you if there's conflicts or patches needed. It'll give you warnings, errors, messages. It'll say your active plugins, total plugins. We don't have any dirty plugins yet. I cleaned the masters. What am I getting? Oh, because I haven't had a patch for weapons, armor, clothing, and clutter fixes because I'm using immersive sounds. There's actually a patch for that, and it tells you from Quinn's. And the same thing for the clothing extension and cutting room floor. But when you install Quinn's at the very bottom, like Quinn's is one of the last thing. It'll be under like you'll have your own patch category. Once you do that, this message here should go away. You should still have the green check. Not that it's hard to say. Not that it's necessarily required, but you'd rather have the patch to make sure things are properly working together. You could potentially run without them and not have any issues, or you could run without it and constantly CTD until you install that patch. But you may still have the little green check saying, making everything look like it's okay. You get this message if loot recognizes that there is something that's missing. So if I were to, I think I could click right on Quinn's and it would take me to what Quinn's is. Unified Automated Self-Installing Patch Compendium. This is one file that does absolutely everything. When you click on the preview, this is what it patches. QW for Quinn's, 3D NPC, the Ordinary Women's patch. You could read all of what, each one is a patch, by the way. Each one is an ESP. Or ESL, I think it gets flagged as ESLs. Each one of these is a patch for something or a patch for a patch. It's a very exhaustive list. Very exhaustive. Quinn's, weapon, armor, clothing, clutter fixes with audio overhaul Skyrim patch. Weapons, armor, clothing, cluttering, CRF patch. This is the one that I'm going to need this one. This is an error that I got, right? So that patch is within Quinn's, right? If you run Cloaks of Skyrim, that clothing fix with the Cloaks of Skyrim patch, right? Let's see here. Hair textures, BSA, mod groups. You can see all of this. I mean, this is a lot. And this is in a faux mod, right? The info, the XML file, right? That's what that does. That's what Quinn. This is. I think everybody on PC runs this. I'm willing to bet. I'm absolutely willing to bet. If I go to the description, where is it? Yeah, total downloads 330. Well, unique downloads, I guess 155, 342. Or people make their own patches. I don't like using loot. I agree with Tim. It sometimes has the tendency to place things in the wrong spot. What I mean by that is, let me go to what I'm doing here, just to give you an example, okay? So this is personal opinion. My load orders tend to get very. Every time I've sat there and said, I'm going to run a light loadout. I'm going to try to stay around the 200 to 220 mod mark. It never happens. I hand place my mods. I'll follow the guides to a point, but I also have a little, like I said, I have a notepad right next to me here with other mods that I have to remind myself because they're not on those lists, that are mods that I always use. So that 220 active mods turns into 375, turns into 490, turns into 607. So what I do is I hand place them all because they all have a certain order. Skyland Landscape, if I look at this, right, now I can see that Skyland is overriding SMIM. It's overriding Blended Roads with these files. It's overriding Static Mesh with these files. It's overriding Blended Roads with these files, okay? But it's also being overwritten by Glorious Glaciers now. Somewhere down the line, Skyland is going to be overwritten by something else. So when I do go back to check it, it's going to put it here. But if I sort with loot, it may take that mod that I want to overwrite Skyland and put it above it, thinking that that's the best place for it to be, when in fact, it's going to negate that for me. It may still be a valid file. You may not see the grayed out lightning bolt saying it's redundant. because it may still be overwriting another file it needs to, but I'm not going to be getting whatever that mod's effect that I want to overwrite Skyland. It'll be above it, so Skyland will be doing it, and Loot's thinking that, well, that's the right place for it to be. So it's a yes and no. What I use Loot for is what I just showed you guys. Run it to find out if there's any inconsistencies or patches you need. Right? I have a warning because I haven't sorted with it. Now, I could sort with this right now. It's this button here. Sort plugins. Let me see if it's hard for you guys to see. I know it's grayed out right now because this is the active window. And I can't highlight this window without, these will stay grayed out. Okay. I can hit sort, and that'll actually get rid of this one warning because that's what this is for. This one warning is because I haven't sorted, and it tells you have not sorted your loader of this session. A new release of Loot is available. I just ignore that. It may switch these, and I don't want these switched. I want these in the order that I put them in. I could sort them. I could hit the sort button, and if it moves these, then I have to go back and I have to manually move each one to have it in the right order that I want. So I hope that kind of explains a little bit why. Now, if you're running a smaller load order, or you're really not sure, absolutely you could use the sort plugins here, or just run Loot to find what I recommend is I always recommend running Loot first to find any inconsistencies. See if you need any patches for anything. If a mod needs cleaning. Your masters need cleaning aside from the game, like update ESM, Dawn Guard, Hearthfires, Dragonborn. They all need cleaning. Okay. Other big quest mods. Dark End needs cleaning. Undeath needs cleaning. Surprisingly, Winter's Sun needs cleaning. There's others, and they'll pop up there. Now, some mod authors will tell you absolutely do not clean my mod. I think Guard Dialogue Overhaul is one of them, just to show you. If it did pop up like that, let's just see here. I think I have the wrong one. Argonel, right? Wait, which one do I have? Hold on. I'll visit on Nexus this way. Yeah, by X, uploaded by Argonel. Okay. It should tell you. I believe this tells you. Load order. Should be placed after any mod that alters Guard Dialogue. After Immersive Armors, if Immersive Armors is installed. That I didn't know. Okay. GDO is fully compatible with Hoth Troopers Immersive Armors. Alright, hold on. Let me read this. This is something new to me. And before any mod that edits vanilla Sky, such as Amadianborn. Alright. So here's the problem with this. You'd have to wedge that in between there. Typically, people load GDO shortly after CRF, which is up at the top. So, it says to load it after Immersive Armors. Immersive Armors comes down here. Category 30. So, you see the issue with that. You load it right under CRF. Whether or not it's affected it, I don't know. Anyway, getting back to, it should say, here, as of version 1.3, GDO must not be cleaned with this X edit. Everything in GDO needed to be there to function properly. So, run Loot. GDO shouldn't give me any answers, or any issues. Nope, it's fine. I believe before 1.3, it said needed cleaning or required cleaning. Files, where are we? We're at 2.9. So you can see how long ago that was. So some of that description may be outdated. All right, Ren, have a good night. Sleep well. I hope you feel better too. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be going on doing this stream-wise. I'm going to be doing it myself. We'll see how much. Let me just check my temps. Oh, they're fine. We can get GDO out of here. I know I'm not really doing much of anything with this right now. Underground. Skyland. Alright, so Skyland covers that. Underground. So we want John's stuff. We are going to get the High Rothgar. I think I installed them, actually. Didn't I? Downloads? No, I didn't. Okay. These are the meshes. And some textures. This is a good mod here. Quality mod. Data. Set the textures. Or set the data directory. So we'll put this in secondary. This will be the first one in secondary. Underground. I will not run that one yet. No. I want Skyland Nordic Ruins. And this may overwrite the base Skyland. We could always check that out to see. But you can see the size, 193 megabytes. This is a lot different than the version for console. Size-wise, anyway. So I'll put the Nordic Ruins up top. And then you can see what it's overwriting. It's overwriting SMIM, Ruins Clutter Improved, and the moss dirt piles from Skyland. So it's only touching Skyland a little bit. It's really touching Ruins Clutter Improved. If I go to RCI now, let me just pull it back up here. Come on. Where is it? Ruins Clutter Improved. You'll see more conflicts. Not necessarily a bad thing, but it's overwriting static mesh, ETD, the material fix, particles patch for EMB, which is up top. Yeah. But you'll see it's being overwritten by Skyland Nordic Ruins, Ruins Clutter Improved, and those are it. Oh, I'm sorry, that was the fixes. Wow, okay. No, that was the... Oh, fixes is overwriting it. Okay, so I was right. Let's see what else. Have a good night. Mr. Satan. Oh, Loki's saying good night to you. I thought you were leaving. Wow, I can't read. It's all this popcorn getting to my head. Yes, I'm still munching on it. Normally I use Rudy, Ancient Ruins, but I'm going to stick with Skyland for this one. The Dwarven Ruins. I usually use geckos. Let's take a look and see. Let's download this. If I don't like it, I can get rid of it. Geckos is usually a solid mod. Let's bring this back up. Put this right underneath Skyland Nordic Ruins and see what it does. So we'll hit refresh. Now there's nothing. Doesn't look like there's any conflicts. So it's not overwriting anything. Nothing's overwriting it. So that is for Dwarven Ruins. That will change with Skyland Markarth. And it will probably also change with Glorious Dwarven Metal. Small things, not like major issues. Like you're going to get this as a base, and then whatever overwrites it is because I want that texture to take precedence. However, with Skyland Markarth, if I see it overwriting a lot of the files here, I may just delete this mod entirely. I may just go with Skyland Markarth, depending on how much it covers. Sometimes you may not. Sometimes you may just want to use this as a base, or whatever's covered in the base Skyland, which is why a lot of people run Skyland with Noble, because Noble covers everything. That's still something I'm considering doing. I'm still considering putting Noble 2K above Skyland, the landscape mod, and making sure I have a solid base. So I'll have like the best of noble, and then everything else that overwrites it. But there will still be parts of noble that show. So I don't know yet. We'll have to see. But as far as now, nothing from Geckos. So the Dwarven ruins are covered. We have Nordic ruins. We have Dwarven ruins. Caves and mines. John covers those. What? Imperial forts and dungeons. For some reason now it's taken forever. This one has an ESP for some reason. I don't know why. If you look at the plugins here, alternate start, this one's going to have an ESP, when most of the Skyland mods don't. I think this is one of the only ones that does. See at the bottom there, Imperial Forts and Dungeons CSP. I don't know why, or what the relevance is of having that, but I'm sure there's something. So let's hit that, and then let's hit refresh. It is overwriting RCI, static mesh, enhanced texture detail, and RCI again for certain things. So it's one of those things where you could say, like, maybe runes clutter improved you don't really need. Maybe. We'll have to see. But then, if you look over at the plugins, you will see it's the first Skyline mod. I think the only one that has an ESP file. I just put alt start underneath it. What else? Ari Snow Elf Ruin texture. This is fantastic. This one's great. Yeah, Nexus is definitely lagging a little bit on my end. Just to show you the architecture here, it's absolutely wonderful. I love it. Beautiful, beautiful. This right here, this is amazing. This is good stuff. Right. You can see the difference immediately. Right there. Yep. It's fantastic stuff. So, one mod, one file. That's all it is. Looks good. Of course it does. And I don't know why it does this. It's version 1.0. So some of you guys might be looking at it and say, oh, version 1.0, but it's newest version's 1.1. I don't see a version 1.1. I don't see any other files. Unless there's something here that I'm missing. There's one file. There might have been a 1.1 update or something that got rid of it, but I just ignore. I do this. I just right click and hit ignore update. Same thing with this. If I know that I can ignore it, I ignore it. Forgotten Veil. It's a LE mod. I know I can ignore that. I like to keep this as green as possible. Yeah, that's just textures. Popcorn overdose. Absolutely. It's going to be popcorn apple pie. Apple pie in a little bit. Ooh. I keep letting my coffee go cold. So we're almost to the lod section. Other things, stockade wood. I don't really use this. Snow and ice. This is why, like, when I had my own separators, they were specific to me. Like, this is other lod and billboards. This is like the main lods you have. Survival, weather, vegetation, other lod billboards. You may see some of these left alone, but when I see something like snow's a major. I'm not going to use any snow because I'm going to use John's snow. So I'm not going to use Nordic. I am going to use Better Dynamic snow and Better Dynamic ash. And if you look at snow when it decides it wants to pop up, you need static mesh for both of these, I believe, right? You need better dynamic snow. No, you don't need SMIM for this, but you need better dynamic snow. So you do need to use these in tandem if you want them. Both are really good mods. I'm going to run them on top of John's snow. And Ash. Yeah.
Olivia, I told them 11 o'clock in bed. So you close your mouth and zip it up.
We want
Stop
SMIM.
talking At 11.
Snowy farmhouses. This puts the snow on top.
Including you at 11.
This is something to consider. And it's also got a patch. This is an optional add-on. This is a patch for no snow under the roof. So if you do use no snow under the roof, BDS does have a patch for it in the foam mod. I typically don't tick the box for snowy farmhouses. It seems like you normally have, like in the northern regions, it already seems like there's snow on top of them. I could be wrong, but they don't look like this. This kind of looks painted on, sort of. It's very cut, and I know they try to make it look like there's snow hanging inside the. I guess it looks like hay or whatever the texture is right there. I don't tick this. NSUTR, I mean, if you use it, but this one's optional. But I'm not gonna be using this. So we're just gonna use SMIM because we have it and install. And then put it up. And then Ash is the same thing. Just make sure that one doesn't have any options for you. But they go together. And then after a couple, I just like to refresh them. I think, yeah, Better Dynamic Snow and Ash, they both have ESPs. Make sure alternate start is underneath them. Close those down. These are patches. For the Windhelm Bridge, let me take a look. Let's see here. Requirements, Better Dynamic Snow. Patches. All remaining vanilla models using the vanilla snow shader should now be replaced by BDS versions. Optional patch, revert most Windhelm meshes. I don't use this. There's 9 images. Let's see if I can see if I should use this or not, just based off the image before, after. What am I looking at here? Ah, right here. These. So it would adapt. It would all be the same. And same thing over here and up here and on the. Yeah, you could see it. But I've never. Before, after. But I've never really had that issue. Huh. I don't know, maybe. Maybe I will give this a try. This I've seen something like this before. But not to that extent. And that's back to 9. Okay. Let's see what the files say. Better Dynamic Snow. Beyond Skyrim. Experimental Shader. Revert Windhelm Meshes. Use if you're having issues between BDS and Windhelm. I mean, not covered by BDS. Okay. Yeah, we'll try it. We'll give it a try. Alright, statues. I only use a couple things from this category. We're We're going to get Astral Aspect. This is going to overwrite Skyland itself. We're going to get Stunning Statues of Skyrim with the Material Fix. And we're going to get Ren's HD Shrines with the Material Fix and Stalrim Source. So we have a couple mods here. Astral Aspect, I'm going to grab this in 1K. There's a reason for that. Normally I say I grab everything 2K, but I don't. Stunning Statues is just the one. It's the all-in-one. It's almost 300 megabytes. Pretty large mod. But then you want the Stunning Statues Material Fix, which is right down here. Okay. Ren's HD Shrines. There's one file, that's it. And then this is the same page as the other one. You want the Ren's HD Shrines patch, unofficial material fix. And Stalrim Source. Stalrim Source, you have some options. This is with transparency, Stalrim 01. This is no transparency. So this is kind of what you would see, but this is also the texture you're going to see. And I guess the mesh to look at it like that. This is vanilla. This is what they look like. Stalrim 02, you can see the transparency. I like the transparency. Some people don't. That's no transparency. And this is vanilla Stalrim. It kind of looks like, I don't know. It doesn't look good. This looks better. Although you can see the toes sticking out there for some reason. And you can see it vanilla too, so don't think that it's an issue. It's just like that. I like the no transparency because I mean ice is ice. You should be able to see through it. It's not that thick. It's only entombing a body. So I use the 2K with the transparency. So this is main file. This is first one. 8.4 megabytes. Pretty small file. And then we're done with these. So we could get rid of them. Go to your downloads. Alright, Astral Aspect should be fine. This is Miss Valkyr. Also Ennead. It's the mod out there. Stunning Statues. This is the big boy. Oh, has a lot. When did I already install Snow? I did not install Snow. I am using just the Snow from Skyland itself. I like it. It's very underrated if you haven't just used the Skyland landscape. John includes Snow in it, and it's probably some of the best Snow I've seen. That is not a separate Snow add-on. It comes in an all-in-one pack with the landscape. It's compatible with footprints. It looks fantastic. So I don't have an actual Snow mod. I just have what is in Skyland. Stunning Statues. Obviously, if you're running this mod, you're going to be picking all of these. Otherwise, you're going to have vanilla statues. And the vanilla statues are not that nice to look at. Once you're done with that, you start back at the beginning when you pick. This one takes a little while. My recommendation is always choose the HD mesh. There are separate snow mods. Yeah, there's some that are really, really good. Nordic Snow is good. 2K Snow is good. Fluffy Snow is good. Hyperbian Snow was good up until I started having issues with footprints. I don't know why. I never did before until yesterday. But as soon as I uninstalled it and I put Nordic in, footprints were fine again. I don't know what was going on with that. I think there's a couple. I think, who is it? Rooster might have been saying Luxor had a snow mod, but I don't think it's up anymore. All right, so yeah, my recommendation for the statues mod, always choose like the HD mesh, or if there's like a Ultra HD mesh. I think two of them come with that. I think the one or two. So you want the mesh, more poly, more curve, and reshaped. This reshapes them. And then you can see the textures. They come in usually 1K, 2K, and a few come in 4K. So this is Debella. You won't be able to see the difference between the 1 and 2K, but you will between the smooth stone, which is what I choose. You can see your boobs a little bit better. And I always choose the 2K. Same thing for Nocturnal. You want the HD mesh. And then you got 2K, or you got the, I can't pronounce that word at all. But that's the one that I choose. Whatever that word is, the P word. Azura, same thing, mesh and 2K. Talos is, because it's in Whiterun, here's the difference. I choose the HD mesh and 2K. I wish 50K poly count. That's a lot. I don't know what's in the HD for the poly count, but because Whiterun tends to be an area that has the potential to crash more than a lot of other places, I'm going to leave it just HD with the rest of them. But I do go 2K. Same thing for Ys Grimoire, HD and 2K. Meridia is HD, and I take the black 2K. This is my favorite statue, by the way, out of all of them. The Meridia Black 2K. She has white 2K, and she's got a white 4K. But the black 2K right there, I think she looks pretty badass. You could also choose none. For Malakath, he's got rock stone, and he's got lava. And for this, I'm going to choose the stone 2K and the no glow, because the no glow is for the stone texture and the mesh glow is for the lava. The lava comes in 1K, 2K, lava number 2, 2K. You can see the difference between the two of them. It's also why I don't like it. I like the stone. So that's what I choose. You guys can, feel free to use your own, whichever one you like. So Winterhold Mesh, because I run E and B, I'm going to be choosing this, the HD Mesh, the Reduced Glow, or the default cape, Reduced Glow. So this one here is glowing orbs for Bright E and B. I take the vanilla cape and the 2K. That's going to be important later when you come to the material fix. Clavicus File. I don't like the default mask. I like this one. Top one. And obviously 2K. Boeotia 2K HD Mesh. Mira HD 2K. Mara HD 2K. That's so you get that nice Mara statue at the beginning of the game. Mirun's Dagon HD. He comes in black and green of all things. Green is hard to see. It's like a limestone green. I like the black 2K. I also like the green 2K. Really personal choice. I'm going to choose the black this time. Vermine is the same. HD Mesh 2K. You could, like I said, you could choose 1 or 4K or none. Totally up to you. Skyforged Steel does not have a mesh. It has just the texture. I choose the Skyforged Steel 2K. I had considered the 4K, but again, Whiterun, and there's a lot going on. And the Falmer would be the mesh. Then you've got 1K, 2K, 4K as the statue on the left, and then you've got the Rusty Copper. I like the Rusty Copper 2K. Sovngarde are the Watchers, the mesh and the 2K, and then you're done. Then the mod installs. All of that work for one mod for stunning statues, but it's one of the best mods in the game, in my opinion. But we're not done. We have the unofficial material fix for that. Now, it comes in a faux mod. Just make sure you rename this Stunning Statues Patch. Or unofficial material fix Stunning Statues Patch. I just do this one. Or, yeah, that's what I do. Just remember what you had for Winterhold. Because that's all it is. Literally. And it's going to give you a little error message. You could ignore it. Yeah, just ignore that. Then Ren's HD Shrine. This is another one that's got a somewhat long choice for what you're going to do. You can. The problem is there's only one of these that they say it's broken. I don't know exactly what it does. Do not pick the Chrome of Zenithar. It's broken. Yash Guide. I think it says the same thing.
If it was professionally done. I like it. I like it. You know, like those people with purple.
I don't know. It's not there.
They haven't faded. That's what I want. But I like
So what I do... Oh, hold on. Let me get this back up. What I do is Akatosh. You can see the difference. They always give you a vanilla picture here. Then this is the Gold Bormahu, if I'm saying that right. Sands of Time. I leave it on default. I have default everything. Aside from Zenithar Chrome, I change it to the Golden Circuit. I don't want the vanilla one. The vanilla one doesn't look bad. But if I'm using a mod, I want it to stand out. The Chrome would be nice. I would have chosen the Chrome. I don't know what's broken about it. It is what it is. But I like the dark. So I just choose that and install. HD Ren Shrines. And then you want to make sure you change the name because it'll default to the Stunning Statues one. Ren's Shrines. And then just make sure you chose the mod that you change. If you change any of the other ones, just remember which one you did. Or write them down if it's your first time doing it, definitely for the material fix. Then install. And this is the fix. You're going to get another message for this saying it's not right. Let's just ignore it. For the version number. So, what else? That's about it for me for right now, guys. I think I'm going to shut the stream down. It's 11:15. I'm actually really hungry. I want to eat something. And I may start it up later on. But the way that I'm doing this with the mic and everything because of my table, I'm kind of like stretched out to the side and leaning, and I'm also playing with the mic and trying to watch the chat. So I don't have like the perfect setup because I do have a smaller table. So it's just putting some stress on my back. So I'm going to get up. I'm going to eat. I'm going to relax for a little bit. But I'm going to probably come back to this. So I'm going to hop over onto Discord. If you guys are interested in watching me finish this off later, yeah, I'll absolutely start it up. I need a little bit of a break, so it's probably going to be about like an hour or so. At that point, most people will probably be in bed. But I woke up late. So if you guys are up and you want me to do it, I'll do it. Okay? So thank you for joining me. And I will see you later. Have a good one.